a little off.
That's a little off-putting. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the stream, everyone. You figure out your character, as you play. I've found with every character that I've made for other games, it's like you kind of have an idea in your head, but it might not. It might be completely different after the first or second session.
Yeah. In my other campaign, the character I made was supposed to be it's a Clawdite, so they were in disguise as a human, and I decided to go with like a vaguely Eastern European accent for it, and I dropped that after like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It did not go well.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome everyone to Age of Rebellion, the tabletop Star Wars game, where we are on our our 4th episode?
Yep.
Yeah.
Sweet. Episode 4. Very cool. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're going to get right into it because I have a feeling it's going to be a very, very busy episode with where we left off last time, kind of on a cliffhanger. I blame the players. It's obviously all their fault with the trouble that they've gotten themselves into. But go ahead and everyone roll your force die. Let's get the dice, the Destiny pool set up, and we'll get started.
Okay.
One white.
Where's my force
One
die?
light.
Oh, there it is.
And somebody wants to set those
for me
up
as well.
I'll go zoom in on the pool so we can see. So if you're kind of following along at home, the Destiny pool is a way for the characters to kind of use the force in a narrative way to help sway certain events. I saw someone in chat actually, or in the comments section, mention how, they can use those to re-roll their dice. That's not true unless you have a very particular talent, unless you do it once per session. Normally is a pretty expensive talent unless you re-roll a dice pool. So no, you can. It's smaller things than that. You can make the dice be stronger in your favor, or you can make it harder for an enemy to hit you. You can say, "Hey, I'm gonna flip a Destiny point and say that I remembered the ammunition bag." So I actually have it in that moment, that crunch time, because my character would have remembered that. So that's kind of the things that you can do with it. But is this the pool? I think we're missing somebody.
I've got one dark.
Yep, that's the last I'm missing.
Yeah, it's just
Okay.
two.
So the force is in
another
balance.
4-point pool.
Wow.
Yeah, 4-point pool and in balance this time.
It's in balance. Interesting. So we've got all that stuff. You guys have everything that you need, anything with your characters before we get started and jump right into this episode?
Feeling good? I'm very good now. Yeah, good.
Okay. Then we'll go right into it. So, last time on Age of Rebellion, on your arrival back to the Freestar, you were greeted by Hav, one of the members of Crate Company, fully kitted out in his combat gear. The first time you'd seen him like this, Aristandula, captain of the Freestar, had given him orders to escort you to the task force command ship, the Nomad. After a brief visit to the quartermaster to get better equipped, you loaded up into Zakari's U-Wing and headed out. On arrival, a team of rebel fleet troopers with zero sense of humor led you to the bridge. Not exactly the hero's welcome you guys had expected or anticipated after your victory saving the Freestar. It turns out, the Admiral, a rhodium named Farius Kutch, father to Trask Kutch, the mechanic that you had, we'll say, persuaded to join your merry band aboard the U-Wing, the Admiral believes that the Empire has been able to locate the fleet fairly rapidly because you have a traitor in your midst. He thought the fleet had a spy, and that your escort to the bridge was a means of keeping that spy from believing that you're on the rebellion's shit list. Maybe even throw the spy off balance. Your group was given the task of routing out the spy and figuring out how the Empire has managed to locate the rebel fleet over and over again, forcing it to make hyperspace jumps every 5 or 6 hours, and you need to do so before the next scheduled jump. You all asked some really well-placed questions, which led the group into an investigation of a ship known as the Mythic, a former Imperial freighter, who, Natiri, you managed to infiltrate the ship and convince some of the members that you were a mechanic sent there to help with repairs. Sadly, during her investigation, she managed to get caught attempting to steal a bag of credits from a drunk crewman who was fairly pissed to, one, be woken up, and then to find a thief in his bunk room. Meanwhile, Sarin set off in his modified TIE Advance to check out a series of coordinates he managed to locate that could give clues to the last location of the missing Rebel heavy cruiser that had yet to join the Rebel task force. This thing had been lost in space. Aboard the flagship, Zachary and Osh, you guys continued your research into the sensor data that you had picked up at the beginning of your adventure. Something strange out in space along a few of the asteroids that was destroyed. You found a strange probe, originally built by the Republic to keep an eye on this sector, this graveyard area, to spot would-be looters. You surmise this must be the way the Empire is tracking ships, through short-range probes scattered throughout the region. These probes must be transmitting to a hub somewhere, you deduced. As the stars came back into alignment aboard your TIE fighter, Sarin, you check your system's status. You're surprised to see a battle pretty far ahead of you. You decided to jump out of hyperspace, a ways from the coordinates. 2 TIE squadrons are making repeated attack runs against a vessel of Republic build and markings. A vessel with obvious power issues. The lighting system from inside the bridge and along the hull, where anywhere where you could see any kind of windows or navigation lights, seems to be shorting and flickering in and out. You can see a bit of atmosphere leaking from bits of the hull plating. You've found the missing rebel ship, and it looks to be in rough shape. Okay, so we've got the party split in 3 different locations, and the way that we're going to handle this is that we're going to go check in with Nightiri first aboard the Mythic. So, I think this requires a music change. You've not managed to sneak away in the cargo bay and head up a ladder going up to what you think is maybe the 2nd deck. It's a pretty long ladder climb. Let's do this one. As you grab a bag of credits you'd spotted from the cracked doorway as you'd made your way inside, the credits themselves kind of jangled in the bag, and you hear a rustling, and out of the shadow in this dark room is a drunk human. Looks a little bit gaunt, kind of like the rest of the crew. He's wearing nothing but his boxers as he rushes towards you. "The f*** are you doing in my quarters? Give me my credits back!" As he comes in for a right hook. I want you to roll initiative, and since you weren't expecting it, it'll be a vigilance check. And this guy will do the same.
Vigilance.
You rolled a 2.
Okay. Oh no. What difficulty?
It's not a difficulty. This is a initiative check. So it's just roll and see if you outroll him. How'd you roll?
Oh, I've rolled it manually. Damn it.
That's okay. What'd you roll? You can read it.
No, I still got the same one. 2 successes.
2 successes. Okay. So how I play this at my table is that if the players tie with an NPC, the players always get the first initiative slot. So you've got the first initiative. He's coming in. It looks like it's a right hook. He's coming towards your face. What are you doing?
And I'm gonna dodge to the left. I'm gonna weave behind him and wrap my arm around his neck and put him in a headlock.
Okay.
And
go ahead.
oh no, that was it.
All right. So go ahead and roll for me a attack. So this is your turn. You're in your round. So go ahead and roll for an attack as you've dodged the first blow. It comes in high, and you see it coming in. He looks a little sloppy from drinking so much. I will say the difficulty on this is just a melee attack. And now, are you trying to knock him out? Is that your plan as you rush in and grab him by the neck?
Yeah, quietly knock him out. So as quiet as possible.
All right. So this is going to be a 2 purple roll. That's the difficulty for a melee versus melee check. As you're swooping in and trying to grab him and knock him out. And then whatever you're just using your fists, right?
Yeah.
All right. So this is the first time you guys have done a check like this. So go to your combat skills and look at your brawl skill. These are your unarmed skills. So you're going to roll for brawl. Yeah, brawl.
All right. Cool.
Nice.
Right.
I will give you a boost. I said he was pretty drunk, and I gave him 2 setbacks to notice you, and he still noticed you. I will say 2 boosts because that's how inebriated he actually is for this attack.
Ooh. Okay.
He's pretty wasted.
Right, Matt, watch me fail this one, fellas. Oh no. Okay.
Okay. So, how would you do? You got 3 success and an advantage. Nice roll.
Advantage.
So it's been a long time since I've done a straight fist fight roll. So let me double check here, but I'm pretty sure, and Wasted, you can check me on this. It is brawn as the damage plus the successes, right?
Yeah, there might even be a +1, but he's unarmed, isn't he? So no,
He's unarmed. There's no weapon. Yeah. All right. So that's going to be whatever your brawn is, plus those successes. That's the damage. So how much damage did you do?
So brawn plus the successes.
Right.
So it's 6 in total.
6 in total. Okay. So you whip around behind and you start to choke him out. You're holding him for a moment. Let go of me, you bitch! And he manages to pull out from your grasp for a moment, but you can see you've kind of crushed his throat just a little bit. He didn't go completely down. He's looking rough. He's breathing heavily, and he's trying to pull back your arm. So you weren't able to knock him out in the first round. It is his go now. He's going to go ahead and roll. Same difficulty against you with a couple of setbacks because he is just... Okay. So what he's going to do is he's going to try 2 failures, 2 threats. Cancels by the advantage. All right, so he tries to pull the arm off, and he tries to swing up towards your head, like swinging back over his own shoulder. And he misses. He swings actually at the wrong side. Your head's on the other side and just whiffs it. Let go of me! All right, you're up. What are you going to do? You still got him by the neck. He's trying to kick out.
I just wanna feint him, so I apply enough pressure to his throat to cut off his air supply just enough to make him black out and not cause any permanent brain damage, because I'm not that type of woman.
Okay, so you're purposely trying not to knock him out. All right, I will say, go ahead and not trying not to do major damage. So I'll say this would be a little, take away one of those boost die as you purposely not giving all of your strength into this. And I would say that would normally be like a setback, but in this you've already got we'll just take away a boost die for this. And go ahead and roll the same roll. It's the same difficulty. As you're holding him there, he's trying to pull out of this grip.
Oh my god.
he's managing. It's the adrenaline pumping in his veins now. He's pulling on your arm and pulling it away from his throat. He's still able to breathe, and you're unable to bring that arm in close enough to kind of choke him out. So he's going to try to, this time, kick you hard in the shin. As hard as he can. Same difficulty roll. I'm rolling with physical dice, so just so you busting those out. No, he totally whiffs it.
It's like a heel kick. He's trying to like kick back.
He's just trying to kick back with his heel as hard as he can. It is not. He obviously isn't like a trained fighter. He's kicking it. He's missing your legs completely. He's still holding back that arm though. He's gonna yell out, "Help! Help!" Okay, that's his round. What are you gonna do?
Am I able to activate my defensive stance as
Absolutely.
a specialization?
Absolutely.
So once per round, may perform a defensive stance maneuver and suffer a number of strain to upgrade difficulty on my incoming melee attacks.
So that'll work on the next melee attack.
Which is this one right now?
Against you.
That's against you. So it's a defensive stance. So you're taking a stance ready for an incoming attack. So you can use that. Is that an action or a maneuver? Or is it an incidental? Those are the 3 things it could possibly be.
How do I know what that is?
Did it say activation on the sheet you have?
Yeah, it should be on your character sheet. Will tell you probably what it is. I'm gonna bet it's a maneuver if I remember right. Blitz might know. I think he's in chat. You've got that, don't you?
Yeah, I've only got it up in my character generator.
Doesn't say what it is.
That's why I'm. No, it just to suffer strain. Oh wait, can I click it? No. I'm not sure what that is.
I will say it's a maneuver then. I think it's a maneuver because it would make sense that you'd have to blow one maneuver to put yourself in that position. So, and you've got one maneuver and an action, and then a potential second maneuver if you want to take the strain for it. So, in this case, go ahead and take your strain. You'll use up a maneuver to do it as you describe how you take this defensive stance. What does your character do?
I pull back and ready for what I want to do is position myself carefully to deal pretty much one final strike to the head area, because I'm assuming he's going to turn around and I want to swing for him when he does.
Okay. All right. So use the maneuver. You still have an action. Do you want to try to attack?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make your attack.
All right, let's go.
Just to confirm, yes, that's a maneuver.
It is a maneuver. Cool.
Epic.
Hey, you got it with extra
Finally.
success. There you go. How much damage is that? And keep an eye on those advantages that you have. You can use those.
Okay.
What?
Those are 4, and could I use those advantages to essentially, like as I'm aiming specifically for a part of his body, like the jaw, if possible, if he's turning around, to land a hit there.
Sure. Okay.
Is it brawl plus successes, or how's damage again?
It is his brawn, his actual
brawn,
pure
okay.
strength plus
Gotcha.
the successes. So how much damage did you do again?
4.
4 damage. Okay, so with that, and you take a moment and wait for him, and as soon as he comes out for his second yell of help, help, you come in with a right hook, quick, fast, like a jab, and he just drops like a bag of potatoes. Bounces off a part of his bunk and kind of slumps down on the floor, and he is out cold. But it was fairly noisy.
Sorry.
So you're
Shit.
so you're out
Okay.
of combat now. He's out. You do hear, actually from the hallway, you hear doop 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 doop. It sounds like boots on metal plating running your direction.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Can I quickly grab the credits and enter back into the event where I came from?
Okay, so you grab the credits? Okay, so you swipe the credits. Go ahead and mark down that you've got 350 credits extra.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, there was it was a substantial sum. You could see the credits a little bit like at the top of the bag. And you just grab the bag with a little little rope around the top of it and grab it. Head towards the door. It's a small, dark little bunk room. As you hit the door, you can hear from the direction that you came from. You hear boot steps. Doop, 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 doop. They're coming up the ladder that you came from. You look to the right. You see a long hallway with doors on every side of it, and there are. Well, here, hang on a second. I will help you visualize this a little bit easier.
Sorry for saying the F word, by the way.
You're fine. You're fine.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't mind cussing as long as it's within, there is a reason for it, and it's not just.
Yeah.
So, let's get your
Whoa.
character over here. I'm gonna grab a copy of your character. So if you look here, you see where the little arrow is? I put your character there.
Oh. Yeah.
All right. So you've just managed to go into this guy's room and beat him up and steal his money. You hear footsteps to your left coming up the ladder that is located. You'll see the little arrow right there.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what you hear. Looking down the right-hand side, you see lots of these doors. Now, remember, you don't know what's in these doors. They're all shut except for the one that you opened up here. What would you like to do? You don't have a lot of time. They're rushing up that ladder.
They're coming up the. Sorry, just to clarify, they're coming up the ladder here. Yeah.
Yep, that's the ladder they're coming up.
Okay. Oh no. Am I able to? Am I able to move here? Is that possible? Stealth it my direction in that area.
Okay.
Area.
Sure, if you like to. Glancing down there, it is a long hallway that runs all the way back that direction to a door. The door looks open. You can't see what's inside though. The interior room is just pitch black. So you want to try to stealth that direction?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
strain it if I have to.
All right. Well, you're out of combat, so in this instance, roll for me a stealth check.
Okay.
I will roll your difficulty.
Stealth check.
Check
Yeah, gotcha.
check the potential whoever could hear you if anybody's nearby. I'll always roll those difficulties. And if anybody wonders why I roll the difficulty on stealth check, it's because he doesn't know if he succeeded or failed. Okay, that's what you rolled, huh?
I think we know.
Tell the audience what you rolled, because that text is pretty small on my screen.
That is 0 successes, 6 advantage.
6 advantage. Think about how you want to use that advantage as you glance back and forth, hear the boot steps, and take off running as quietly as you can
So
towards the room.
I quickly scramble out of the room. I trip and smack my face against the opposite door as I fall to the floor. I get up a little bit dazed, having to balance myself by putting both hands on either side of the walls of the of each room, and then attempt to run towards that area down the hall. Accidentally bang up against the wall once more as I'm still a bit dazed, and then and almost like a ping pong ball, I bounce my way all the way into the room that I'm in right now.
All right, you rush into the room, and now that you're in here and your eyes kind of adjust for a second, and you can hear as you kind of whip around and get away out of line of sight of the hallway, hoping that no one has seen you. Inside this room, what you find is a single chair, a series of consoles, and what you immediately recognize as a targeting computer. You are in a gunner's room for this ship. And this is the gun turret on the top there. You can see it on the other ship, on the other rendition of it. So that's kind of right above you. Everything is powered down. The door is still open to the hallway. And at this point, a head has popped out of that ladder. And the head that you see is going to be the woman with the dragon tattoo, Sypha, who's come up, looked around a bit.
Oh no.
She looks your direction. You're like pressing yourself against the wall, hoping not to be noticed. Waits for a moment, and then rushes the other direction and pops her head into here. You hear very, very like it's kind of, she's yelling at him, but you're down the hall. Bidu, what the hell is going? Wake up! Oh, he's jacked. What do you want to do?
Can I check if there's any more people coming up the ladder, or is that just the first person coming up?
Roll a perception check.
Okay.
And for this, I will say it's an easy check.
Okay. Gotcha. Please. Okay.
You definitely hear another 2 sets of boots coming up the ladder.
My God. Okay. I'm gonna need to. Yeah, I'm gonna need to keep my back pressed up against the wall until, and keep checking, like peeking every now and then, to watch who's coming up the stairs.
Okay. So you're gonna hang out there for a minute and just see who comes up the stairs.
Yeah.
All right. So, eventually, I'll just delete this character here. Who you see is. I'm just gonna grab these two. You see the first officer of the ship that you'd met earlier come up the stairs. And you see Fosh come up. What the hell is going on? I heard a bunch of screaming. Is our new mechanic getting into trouble? I don't know. Let's start looking around.
Oh,
Somebody
no.
contact the captain.
Oh no.
So,
Our war against the, let me check my notes, rebels is going great so far.
you hear them calm over to the captain. Find her.
Wait, they know it's me?
You're the newest, and you notice that there's not a lot of people on this ship, right? Like you've seen all these people before. And you're brand new, and they've made multiple comments of being surprised that you were on the ship. So they definitely have suspicions that it would be the person who just came aboard. You also hear someone say, "Has anybody seen that damn droid?"
Oh, man, why did I have to fail that roll, man?
You could have just not beat the guy up.
He was drunk and easily seducible, I'm sure.
So Sypha started going through and opening the doors and checking in with Fosh, checking in each one of the rooms. They're kind of clearing them one at a time. Sam has started to make his way back, and you first hear him yell down the ladder. And he's yelling down to Nax.
No.
He says, "Hey, double check down there."
Okay.
You can't hear the response because it's pretty far away. "I'm going to keep looking up here." And he starts making his way towards you.
Is that door closed in the room that I'm in? Just
You didn't say you closed it.
Oh, so it's not an automatic. It's a manual.
It was already open when you were looking into it, but it was too dark to see, and you just kind of ran into it and slapped yourself against the wall. Sam is currently walking towards you. You hear the sound of leather on a weapon as he draws his pistol.
Okay. Can I check around the room for like computers that could possibly and hopefully lead to an escape pod?
Okay. So you're looking for a computer that would tell you where the escape pod would be? Is that your?
If need be.
Okay. Well, it is dark in the room, and you know he's walking down the hallway towards you. You don't have a lot of time. You can do a perception roll, but he will be on you in probably 10 seconds.
Yeah, I need him closer, so I'll run the perception.
Okay. We'll go ahead and roll I'll say a perception or computers check. Computers would be easier. Perception would be a little bit harder. Due to you're just kind of scanning over the computer and trying to figure out which one might give you the information you want versus computers would you'd recognize as like a ship data panel or something. So your choice. What do you want to roll?
Let's run perception for now. Keep it safe because I need him close before I can go in for a stealth attack.
Average check. 2 setbacks due to the darkness.
Ay. 2 setbacks. Okay, and then my perception.
2 setbacks, 2 purples.
Oh, 2 purple?
Average is the
Mamma
difficulty.
mia.
Setbacks are a modifier to that difficulty. Setbacks are your environmental challenges or something that is happening in the moment that is making this more difficult for you than just the flat difficulty of the challenge. So in this case, it is pitch black in there. If he was trying to do something in there, he'd have difficulty too.
Oh my god. Please, DM gods, give me a triumph. Or
How'd
not.
you do?
It's fine. Awful, mate. It's 1 failure.
Okay, you glance around
advantage.
quickly as you can hear him walking down the hall, and you can tell he's being cautious about it. He's taking a little bit longer than you did tearing ass down, but you can't tell. It's hard to tell without the lights being on and these computer systems booted up. There's just a bunch of panels and buttons in front of you. But he's now managed to walk, and he's getting up close towards the door now. What do you want to
do? Prep for an attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
But tell me the exact action you're going to take.
Okay, I'm gonna be leaning up against the door with my ear leaned up against the door, which I'm assuming is open since it's that dark. And I'm gonna, the moment I hear his footsteps reach past to the same level as mine, I'm gonna go in for the neck and pull him out of the view of the corridor.
Oh. Okay, all right. So you're gonna grab him and pull him in. Are you gonna try to pull him into anything? Trying to do damage? You're just trying to like?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab him by the neck, pull him in, and slam him up again. No. Just grab him by the neck. I need to do this as quiet as possible.
As he has his weapon drawn, and he walks in. I want you to roll a cool check, and he'll roll a cool check, and this will be your little micro initiative roll here for this action. So go ahead and roll for cool. As you're setting up an ambush, you know he's coming. He knows that you may be in there. He's ready for anything.
Okay.
We'll see how well he does. This is...
You're doing difficulty,
Sam. Yeah? It's an initiative roll, so there's no difficulty. So this is kind of seeing who gets to go first. Who's the faster opponent and is ready for this.
All right.
That's the kind of the cool thing about Star Wars for tabletop is that it has 2 skills for this. I really like that.
Thank God. 3 successes to advantage.
All right. So this is Sam, the first officer of the ship. All right. So he's going to be rolling a yellow.
Is first officer
green.
good?
He's the second in command of the captain.
Oh.
And he rolled nothing but advantage. He got a 0.3, so you get to go first. All right. Okay. He walks in. Roll if you're grabbing him and gonna try to do some damage to him. What are you gonna do?
I need to execute this as quietly as possible. So by grabbing him, and applying pressure to the neck to prevent him from calling out.
Okay.
Is exactly what I need to do.
You're trying to Batman him into the darkness. Go ahead and roll for me an attack.
Yeah. My God, we're doing the Empire's job for him. I'm just joking.
I'm in desperate need, man. I'm panicking.
I like it. No, this is awesome.
I've been on push to talk, complaining for the last.
Melee? Is it
Are you-
melee?
it's only melee if you pulled your weapon. That's a skill with your blade.
It's brawl.
It's
brawl,
gonna be your
gotcha.
brawl skill. And the difficulty is melee versus range. This is actually different. And I gotta see what it is. It is okay. So it's 2 purple difficulty. You get a boost die because he's got a weapon out. He's got a pistol, not a proper. So go ahead and just roll a boost die along with that roll you just got. If you,
I'll
if you forgot.
I'll just re-roll.
No. Nope. If you've rolled it, you've rolled it. Just roll the extra dice. You can't keep re-rolling. So what'd you
Okay.
get on your first roll? A success?
2 successes, 3 advantage.
Good roll. All
And
right.
then these are the difficulties and boost that I'm rolling now.
Just, yeah.
Oh no. Okay, that's 2 successes, 3 advantage, makes up 3 successes, 4 advantage, 3 successes, 2 advantage.
3 successes, 2 advantage. Good roll. So figure out your damage.
So that is 6 damage in total.
Okay, so let me pull his. So for Sam, 6 damage total. All right. You manage to surprise him before he can get his weapon off. You actually grab his arm and keep the pistol pointed away from you. As you grab him, from anyone's perspective in the hallway, he just gets yanked into the darkness. And it's pretty quiet. He's fighting you, though. So, just a mechanic, huh? And he is going to go ahead and attack you back. He is still up as you're trying to choke him out. He doesn't go out that easy. He's going to drop his pistol with his maneuver, so his pistol clatters to the ground. He's going to use his fist just to go for a punch right behind him, try to get you in the head, and then bring his elbow down into your gut. So he's going to do 4 damage to you minus soak. He had a shit roll. He did manage to succeed.
Wait, so what is he doing to me? Sorry.
So he's trying to reach up and just punch you from behind, which he hits. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but then he brings his elbow down behind him and he gets you right in like the kidney. So he does about 4 damage. He does exactly 4 damage to you.
But you got the soak, Charlie. Don't forget.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's
With-
only one.
With that, he does have some advantage to spend. He hits you hard enough that you back off him and kind of hit the back of one of the consoles, bringing it online, and the whole room lights up.
Oh,
And-
for crying out loud.
Sam, you all right in there? As the light comes on and the people in the hallway notice.
I'm. Wait. What's my health? Where's my health? That can't be right. 2 wounds. Damn. Okay. He dealt 4 damage. Yeah.
No, it's just 1 because you have the soak, Charlie.
So get rid of your.
And just 1.
The green one should be how many stems you've taken. I don't know why that says wounds on it. Let me fix that for you. So that should be stems, and that should be 0 for you right now. You
Okay.
should have a decent amount of. Yeah, you've got 13 wound threshold. So, and don't forget to minus your soak on that. That's your armor, your clothing. That's sucking up some of that damage, which you actually have really good soak. You've got 3. That's not bad.
Because he should have been at full health before this, I think. I think we were all healed and.
Yeah, I didn't take any damage prior, so
Okay.
I'm not sure why I'm on.
Yeah, so reset that and take. It was only 1 point of damage after your soak that you took. So he didn't hit you that hard. Most of your armor absorbed that hit, and he didn't roll so great. But he did manage to push you off him, and suddenly that room is lit up. You can hear all those old, that 1970s future tech start to come online as the gunnery turrets room targeting computer start up as he's hit some of the consoles.
I'm gonna have to abandon this. What I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna have to. Don't move them out. Okay.
What are you gonna do? They're coming.
I'm gonna have to let go and then call him by his name, Sam, and like attempt to make this sound like this was a big misunderstanding, like it was just some sort of like sitcom mistake. It happens in every sitcom. Like I didn't know who he was because it was so dark, and I panicked, and I let go, and then I exclaimed to him, Sam, I didn't realize it was you. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. And then I try and persuade him that it was a genuine misunderstanding.
Misunderstanding? Damn near crushed my windpipe. Oh, and whatever you did to Bidu. What happened? He backs away, picks his pistol up, backs away towards the door, and aims it towards you. And he waves over the other two. You better start speaking quick, or we're gonna be venting you out into space.
I'm explaining. I was going up to the living quarters, and a drunk officer had come out of nowhere. Bido, he was giving it the big un, and obviously he was intoxicated and he attempted to attack me, and got into my personal zone, made me uncomfortable. And,
roll a deception check for me as he's lit. You can see it as, and I'll give you a boost die for the fact that, and your character doesn't know this, but this guy's got a little bit of a reputation, and so it's not super far-fetched. So I'll say there's a boost die because, one, he is drunk, and you can smell even from here as you ran out of that room. You kind of wafted out the smell of alcohol from that room, and so take a boost die. But the difficulty will be against his discipline. So,
Does Charlie get an extra boost die? Is that what that symbol is in his skills?
No, that's
an
an
advantage.
extra advantage.
Oh, an extra
he
advantage.
just gets an advantage then if that's what he's got.
Can I suggest a
2 purples.
destiny point?
And if you'd like to use a destiny point, you can.
Not for the roll. I have another use that I would like to propose a destiny point for, if I can.
El Posh.
Flip a destiny point and the credits fell out of your pocket as you were running out of his room. Otherwise, this falls apart pretty quickly.
No, it wouldn't, because they wouldn't have seen the credits anyway, right?
They
Apart
haven't
from
seen the
him.
credits. They haven't seen the credits, and he's unconscious on the floor right now. So that's kind of where you're at.
Plus, he was drunk. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. It's all
Okay.
trivial at this point.
Okay, fine. If
your
that's
call.
the direction you want to go for it.
I would be pushing some of the narrative limits, but I think that would still fall within the destiny point system. But I would be pushing it, I think. So, but if you don't want to do it, cool. You have 300 credits.
You recommend I should?
No, I do not. I do not recommend it.
Okay.
You do your actions. You do whatever you want to do. So he's sitting there. The other two are kind of running up behind him. Weapons are out. She's dual wielding Sypha with that long tattoo on her arm. And she's aiming straight at you. They all are.
Okay.
Roll that
So I'm gonna
deception.
roll.
Don't forget to put the difficulty on there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
what was
difficulty on this
difficulty?
was going to be it was going to be 2 purples, but it's going to be 1 red and a purple because of his skill.
Oh,
It's like the first officer is pretty good at spotting bullshit.
okay. Well,
How good are you at lying?
Oh, yes. Okay, please.
There's the roll for the red.
What is that?
That is what we call a despair. Our first one of the campaign. Fantastic. This is so. You remember how we described triumphs and how triumphs are a critical success and something really great's happened? This is the opposite of that. This is like rolling a 1. This is great. So, did you succeed though?
I did succeed. Yeah, 2 successes.
Okay. Now is the time for that credit purse to fall out of your pocket.
Oh.
So as you're just coming up with all this huge excuse on why this all went down, you see Sam. The look on his face goes from anger and meaning you some serious violence to. Yeah, all right. Bidu's kind of a giant pain in the ass. That sounds about right. And at this point is when the 300 credits roll out of your pocket as you just shove them in there as you ran through. And with your species and now their love of tight clothing, it didn't really stay in there very well. Credits go everywhere onto the floor. So, he's a bit of a scumbag. You knock him out. You decide, you know what? I could use some free credits. I could respect that. Boss ain't gonna like it, though.
Okay.
Come on. Come with us. It's time you had a little chat with the captain. And
Am I still in trouble?
it's not for me to decide. Captain will deal with you. But if he does let you slide with this, stay off this deck.
Okay.
And he looks you in the eye. He's very serious.
Okay. I'll follow them. I'll follow them to the captain.
Okay. So they usher you in front towards where the ladder is. And actually, they lead you all the way to the front of the ship. So all these locked doors. As you get farther down the front of the ship, there's a weird smell. Roll for me a perception check. Actually, vigilance check. It'll be average difficulty. You definitely smell something. Let's see if you can figure out.
Oh, well. I'm definitely not going to know what it is.
For a moment, you... That's weird. But with all the excitement, everything going on, and the smell of alcohol from the one quarters that you pass by, it's quickly gone. And you don't pay it any nevermind as you continue to walk. You're led down to the second deck and up to the forward bridge. As the double doors open up, you're greeted with your 3-person guard behind you, weapons still drawn, by the same captain that you had met earlier. Where did he go?
Wait.
Oh, well, the character model I was looking for him. He seems to have disappeared. That's all right. So, in front of you is... Pull up the information here. Is Mevik. You met him when you first came on board, just for a moment. Kind of rotund guy, a little bit of... he's kind of balding in the center. He's got a little bit of this weird goatee going on that's just kind of off-putting, and he's wearing this white uniform that reminds you of an Imperial captain, but it looks a little too tight on him. And he speaks with a bit of a core worlder accent as he turns around. He's the only one on the bridge, by the way. He's kind of grumbling. Where is that damn droid? What is this? What is this? As you all filter into the bridge. Sam speaks up. Wait, Carter, sneaking around top deck, sir. Actually, knocked out Bidu and well, took his credit purse. Well, Bidu's an asshole. But you did assault one of my crew, and you've barely been on my ship for what? What, an hour? If that?
Please, can I explain myself? Please, can I have a platform to defend myself?
Oh, please. Regale us.
Because I came up to the living quarters, and he came out of nowhere, and he was proper. He's proper trying to be hard, and he got. I warned him. He came too close, and I had to engage in physical combat, sir, which resulted in me using my womanly powers to take him out, and that's how it went down.
Cypher speaks up in the back. And by womanly powers, she means a right hook. I think his jaw's broke.
I didn't mean to do that, officer. I really tried to not hurt him, but you know, what can I say? And then I kiss my muscles and then look at him.
Roll for me a deception check.
Okay. Okay. What difficulty? Oh, am I just?
I'm gonna give you no. I'm gonna give you the difficulty. I'm just looking up his stats right now. Okay. Yeah. So this will be against 3 reds.
What?
Oof.
Triple despair. Here we go.
Oh my god! I'm
you are
gonna die, guys.
You are lying to the captain, who is obviously not one of the crew members. He seems to have a little bit more of an education to him, and he seems a little pompous, but he's kind of just watching you.
Oh, I failed again.
For advantage, though, at least.
The
You got
admiral,
+1.
the captain sighs, stares at you. for a moment, listens to your story, and you don't see any emotion on his face until you finish, and a little grin, this creepy little smile at the edge of his lips kind of curls up, and he, well, I think, and he looks beyond you for a second, and he talks a little louder so the other three behind you can hear. The Admiral sent us a little spy. Maybe the rebels are onto our game. You... spy and a thief? I guess the rebellion tracks all kinds.
I'm gonna die.
And he watches you. He waits for any kind of indication or...
No. Can I...
Please,
Sorry.
please don't. As you were you trying to say something to him, or were you telling me the GM something?
Can I use my free advantage?
Sure. What would you like to do? You can upgrade your next roll if you like, but that's one thing you can do.
Oh, I could have done that. Oh.
So, unless you have something specific you want to do.
No, I'm gonna save my roll. I really need to.
Okay, so your next roll will have an upgrade if you're spending that advantage on that. Remember, you have to do it like right away. Like, say what you want to do with it. You can't like bank them for too far in the future. So in this case, he's watching you and well, I think we might have a bit of use for you. You see, my dear, I run a bit of an operation aboard ship. I don't know why you were actually sent here. I don't buy your story, nor do I care. A thief. Stole the credits right out from under him, Sam says. Tell you what. And he snaps his fingers. Go get Bidu. Yes, sir. Sam runs off. Tell you what. I will offer you two choices. One is a cold trip through the airlock. The other, we lock you in a box after you prove your loyalty. You see, you might be in the position to make a considerable amount of credits. And a thief we can work with. I'm quite a good judge of character. He kind of walks back and forth pacing. I don't know what the Admiral sent you here for, but our operation is making a sizable profit. We might be able to cut you in. Your face would be far more pleasing in the negotiation table. I could see the credit margins going up from here already. If you're willing to join the crew.
While he's saying this, can I take a look around the captain's quarters for computers?
You are on the bridge at the moment. There is a large window in front of you. You can see a couple of the X-Wings kind of dip over the Gazantian flying in escort formation with one of the MCs. You can see communications equipment. You can see navigational equipment, the helms spot, the comm spot. You can hear a little bit of groaning as coming down the stairs behind you with the doors open. Bidu is being half like carried, half helped walking. His jaw kind of hanging a little loose. He's drooling a little bit on one side, and there's a little bit of blood as he's kind of carried up towards the bridge. You did a number to him. He's looking at you for any kind of indication or response.
Sorry, oh my god, I need to think. Hang on. Okay. Yeah. So can I do a perception check on the bridge for like something either like comms or for like a escape pod?
There's no escape pod on the bridge.
Okay.
You can definitely tell that that's the case. And judging by the size of the ship, I don't know actually. Hang on a second. Does the Gazanti have an escape pod? That is a great question. We're gonna find out. Because you guys did fly in, like you had a good chance to look at the ship. It does not. Yeah, so for what you know, and you're not 100% sure, but you do see there's plenty of comms, communications, computers. Basically, the database is here. Like this is the command portion of the bridge. So anything that you could get access to would be in this room. You do have a pistol kind of now poking you in the back, waiting for a response or any kind of indication.
Okay.
Captain, what do you want to do?
I'm gonna agree to his plans.
Tell me what you're gonna say to him.
So I'm gonna like roll my eyes, sigh, and be like, okay, fine, I'm in. What have you got planned?
Oh, you just dropped.
Did I drop?
Yep. You're in chat, but you're not in tabletop. But once you get in, at least you're on TeamSpeak. We can still talk. So he looks at you and he kind of crosses his arms and, well, I'll enlighten you on what our operation is, and we'll go from there. You might be. He looks you up and down in kind of a disgusting manner. You might be interested to know how we make our credits. You see, we move supplies for the rebellion. The rebellion's mid-rim push has gone, well, okay at first. They liberate a planet, a happy city having just endured a siege. We'd come in and bring supplies. Some of the medical supplies is real. Osh, if you were in the room, you would recognize what this is. Unitary, with your background, not so much.
If I was in the room, a lot of this wouldn't have happened.
You don't really know what this is, but okay, supplies. You bring in supplies. So what's up? We have the means on board to manufacture a certain type of spice. We deliver the supplies to the populations that are willing, set up a little infrastructure, give these supplies freely to the people who want to escape their troubles. And then in a couple of weeks, we return and find a willing and wanting market. And our network is already established. We disguise ourselves as a simple supply shipment. We are a freighter after all, right, rebels? And the others kind of cheer and give a laugh. It's easy credits. Few free samples. We've got enough credits on board now to buy 2 freighters. We could cut you in. The negotiations would go a damn sight smoother with you in charge. Or at least, as the face. In my new organization. He speaks up for one quick while you're still thinking about it. But don't worry, you'll have plenty of time to think about it. If you do decide to join us and prove yourself, we can't have you slipping up and giving any information to your former employers. So we'll be locking you in a box until we leave the Rebel fleet. Still want to join? There's always the other route.
Do I know how many people are on this ship? I think you mentioned it earlier. I just didn't ask the number.
You've noticed there's a surprising few number of crew. From everybody that you've met so far, and you haven't seen any other faces, and when you're running down the hall, you didn't hear anything else. So far, you've met the captain, Mevik, who's standing in front of you. You've got Sam, the first officer, Fosh, Cypher, Nax, and the guy standing behind you now drooling on himself, Bidu. Being held up by Sam. Quickly now, make a decision.
Oh my god. Okay. Can I charm him for some one-on-one time?
I would say you, with your experience and how the deception rolls have gone so far, I will say this would not be a difficulty you could pass. This would be an impossible roll, as he is far more interested in his organization than anything else that you could offer at this time. This would go beyond his character to... Yeah.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh.
I've told you my plan. And your options.
All right. Let's just do this. Can I make an attempt to hold him hostage?
You want to try to grab him?
I want to try and grab him and use my communicator to get the lads on board.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So, in this instance, we're going to roll for initiative, and if you get the first round, you can attempt to grapple him.
And if I don't,
but
I die.
You are rolling initiative against everyone in the room. So, and your character would know this, so you tell me if this is the route you want to take. It's completely up to you.
So there's 3 other people behind me, and there's the captain in front of me.
Yes.
Oh, there's 4. Well, I mean, he doesn't really count. He's knocked out, bless him. But
yeah, he's for all intents and purposes, he is not in this fight. He is barely. He's not even really standing on his own. Sam's holding him, and I will say Sam will have I'll probably put a setback or something on his roll because he's holding up his crewman. But
okay, yeah. Let's. And what would I be in this? What would I be rolling?
You just roll. Okay, so you're doing it. I need to know yes or no if you're gonna do it for sure.
Wait. I won't know what I'm rolling until I.
You're gonna
agree,
roll
yes or no?
initiative. This is a combat roll. You guys are gonna go into combat at this point. If you reach out and grab the captain, you're all gonna roll for initiative, and that's going to decide whether or not you're faster than the rest of them to grab this guy.
Wait, where's initiative? Sorry, I'm really dumb.
It's gonna be a cool roll because everybody's well aware of what's about to happen. So
Yeah.
everybody's all on. It's not an ambush. They're all watching you carefully.
And I don't get to know what the difficulty is.
There is no difficulty. It's against everyone else's skills.
Could we help him with some of the force tokens?
He can upgrade his initiative with force if you'd like.
Upgrade my initiative with the force token.
So this roll for you would be cool. Initiative is that just means the order in which combat takes place.
Oh, so I immediately win with the force token.
No, that means that you'll get a higher roll on your cool check. On your cool roll. Your roll for initiative will be cool in this instance. I'd even let you make a case for vigilance if you really wanted to use that, because you are kind of like, no one expects you to go diving for the captain.
He doesn't want to use
absolutely
vigilance.
do not want to.
Okay, I'll let you choose on that instance, but what are you doing, man? We gotta know. You answering the captain or are you attacking him?
You only live once, I'm going to do it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, here we go. I need someone to take the
Can I force token it, please? I'm begging.
Yeah, flip a force die and
Yeah,
upgrade
no.
your cool check. Okay, so hit F. There you go. So take whatever your cool skill is, and if you've got a green, change that to a yellow. That's going to be the upgrade. If you don't have any free greens in there, then you'll get one.
No, it's 3 yellows.
Oh, then put a green on there.
No,
that's
it's
with
turned
the
into
upgrade.
3 yellows.
It has 3 opportunities for triumph, which is kind of cool. All right, so I have to roll for some characters real quick. Please give me a second.
Come on, Charlie.
All right.
Oh, please.
Roll when you're ready. I'll start rolling for these guys.
Come on, I need that iron
Oh,
pike
this is
roll.
Sam, so he's going to get a setback for holding up his companion. Wow.
Oh yeah. Nice. Nice roll.
How'd you roll? 3 and a triumph.
Free.
Nice. You get a free movement. Actually, Wasted, we confirmed this last time. On a triumph, do you get your maneuver on your round or do you get it immediately?
You get it immediately.
Nice. You get to use a maneuver right away. But let me roll these. All right. So Sam has a 1. You only rolled a 1.
Okay.
The Captain rolled a blank yellow dice on that. A 1.1. So far you're going faster than they are. Moving quick, man.
Okay. So wait, you've done the rolls. I can continue.
I'm still rolling. There's a lot of characters in this room that are trying to murder your face.
So I immediately want to
1.2 for Sypha. Hang on 2 seconds. Let me get through these rolls.
Oh yeah, sorry.
She's got a different stat block. Oh, she's got 3. Okay, she's got 3 greens. That is a 3.1.
Ooh.
Oh, tied you up.
That
but
tiebreaker.
But I got triumph.
you still get to go first.
Oh, thank God.
Like, you get a free maneuver and then you get to go, Charlie. So you got this.
Oh, sick. Okay, I thought he
Who
or she
forgetting?
evened with me.
Bidu.
He's not rolling. He's unconscious.
You got 4 on the list.
Yeah. They're all
Okay,
there, I think.
They're all there. I think we're good. Yep. Okay. So, let's change the music because it's definitely not a quiet conversation anymore. Having kind of already just saying that, you know what? Whatever. I'm in. And then hearing the plan in the midst of this conversation, as you hear the very last moment of the plan, what do you do?
I immediately yeah. Okay, right. So what I want to do is I've got 2 maneuvers with my Triumph, yeah? So just to clarify.
So you get a maneuver for free right away because you rolled a Triumph and you get to do whatever you want with it. So that's a movement. So you can use that to move. You are about, I would say, he would stay out of arm's reach of you because he's not an idiot. Mm-hmm. So he's kind of near that comm panel in the middle of the room. So you'd have to move into engaged range if you wanted to like just jolt toward him as fast as you could. You could do that.
I'm gonna need to close the gap and get wrap my arm around his neck first. So is that gonna use up everything?
No, you get 1 free maneuver first. So what do you want to do with that maneuver for the Triumph?
I wanna equip my blaster rifle that I'm carrying.
We're gonna use this guy as the picture for our good captain since I've lost his icon for some reason. I think the table ate it. All right, so you're moving. You're moving toward him? Is that what you're doing, or what are you doing?
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, moving towards him and then wrapping around him to get behind him.
All right, so that was the Triumph. You rush over in an instant, in a blink. No one's ready for it. You dive over the comm unit and manage to get close to him. Now you're on your actual combat round. First round of this combat. 1v4. Oh, crap. Okay. What are you doing?
Can I shoot the door shut? Is there not through the door?
Do you have a blaster?
Yeah. I've just my blaster rifle. I've just unequipped it.
Okay.
I've just equipped it.
Equipped it. So you switched. You had a blaster rifle on you. All right. So on your weapons that you're currently carrying, you jump over, use your maneuver to switch weapons. So you pull the blaster out because it takes a maneuver to pull a weapon unless you've got a talent for it, and you fire at the door.
Yeah.
All right. Sure. Go ahead. Roll for it. I will say for this, it's a short range shot. It's an aim shot. So there's going to be. I will give you your difficulty in just a second. It's going to be 1 purple. It's going to be 2 setbacks because if you do an aim shot, it's always 2 setbacks. So 1 purple, 2 setbacks.
1 purple.
Fairly classic Star Wars moment of shooting the door panel because that makes doors shut.
And then that's my what is that? My gunnery or is it my ranged?
It's heavy ranged. If you're using a rifle, rifles are heavy ranged skills. So whatever your heavy range skill is.
Okay.
The way you can remember it is heavy ranged is normally a 2-handed ranged weapon. Light ranged is normally 1-handed.
Okay, my blaster rifle is a 2-handed weapon, yeah?
Yep, if it's got the word rifle in it, then it's normally 2-handed, yes.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry.
You're good, you're good.
Let me, this is not gonna go well, is it? Oh my god. Okay, alright, let's do this.
Okay. There's the roll. How'd you do?
One failure, one threat.
With the captain squirming, unhand me, woman! You start firing off this rifle, and the kick starts sending it upwards, and it's completely missing. It's completely missing the control panel itself, and you do manage to like totally whiff the panel itself. But with the threat, I will say he does manage to elbow you and push you back just a little bit. So you're no longer you're not actually grabbing onto him. He's still in front of you though. You're still moved behind him. He's kind of a big guy. That's a attack. That is an aim maneuver and a fire. So you've got, if you take some strain, you can do 1 more maneuver if you want
I'm gonna need to strain. I'm gonna need to strain and comms to the boys that I'm in trouble. I've got a communicator.
We have short-range comms. We have long-range communicators.
Wait, but you're right outside. Please tell me you were right outside.
They left and
We're
went
back on
to
the
do
ship
research,
now.
man. You've been there for like an hour on ship. And with that, let's switch perspectives.
I'm dead.
Using the captain as cover, a firefight, you fired at the door, and we're going to switch to the other players now to see what they're up to in this moment. So. Oh, man. So give a thought to what you want to do when we come back.
I've got my head in my hands. Back.
Oh, man. It's getting intense.
You remember all the parts of the character creator, right, Charlie? Unrelated.
Yeah, well, I'll start making my new one now while you guys play.
Start pulling out that backup character. Start.
Shaq, do you have the character sheet for Sherlock?
All right. Sarin. Stars are dropped into alignment. You can see an asteroid belt in front of you and small flashes, green dots that somebody had to push a button.
Vibration's already down. Whoa, Jesus.
No! This also shouldn't say that. Oop. But I'm going to have to lock this in place. The asteroids are a physical object, so it's pushing it around. But you see a battle raging in front of you. What you were hoping to find, or maybe at least figure out where it's gone. One of the heavy cruisers the fleet is missing. Well, you've just found it. It's being attacked. You're also picking up, strangely, a series of other Imperial vessels. Energy signatures coming in. Looks like they're taking cover behind some of the asteroids. What would you like to do now that you've just arrived?
Am I receiving any comms chatter?
At the moment, you're receiving you've dropped out of hyperspace fairly far away from the actual battle. You're in visual range. You're picking up a lot of just static. It seems to increase substantially every 15 seconds. It goes from a quiet shh to a shh.
Regularly. And what can I see from here? Like, of what's laid out in front of us? Can I see all of it? Am I...
From what you can see, you notice that none of the ships are particularly trying to hide themselves from like the energy that they're putting out. The engines on those Gazantis are full on, so yes, you see them all popping up. So you have a pretty good sensor read on just about everything in the battlefield that's large enough to be a ship. Would you like to do a scan to see if you can pick up any more details? Is that what you're asking?
The first thing I'd like to do is prepare my astrogation for getting out of here.
Okay.
So that is ready to go.
Okay. Roll me...
So this will be a check to return to the fleet. So that's prepared. So as he's floating towards this, massive battle ahead of him, he's dropped out of hyperspace and maintaining relatively slow speed as he sort of starts to creep towards. He started tapping into the computers, getting his astrogation ready, because this is looking dodgy.
All right. Go ahead and give me 2 astrogation checks. I will say these are easy checks, both of them, as you plot the course. Actually, these are going to be simple checks because you didn't go that far. This wasn't even like a 10-minute flight for you, 15-minute flight. So the Liberation didn't get that far. You are seeing on your heads-up display, you've got multiple ties that are coming up on their IFF as ties. You see a reb.lib as the indicator for the Venator. Go ahead and roll. Simple means no difficulty. Just roll your astrogation check. And you also notice that every once in a while, your heads-up display shimmers. And you lose contact on some of the ships, and then it comes back. All right, give me one more. So that's your course is now plotted, your jump out location. Go ahead and roll for that. Okay. So just remember, you can tell me where you wanted to drop out, since it's such a simple check.
Okay.
What are you going to do?
Fleet open in front of him. He's going to now start an approach path, slowly ramping his speed up to speed 3.
Okay.
And going to initiate a scan initially on the rev.lib.
Okay. So, speed 3, cruising towards the fleet. Go ahead and roll for me a computer's check. Now, what in the world? I got a script error. I don't know what that was. So go ahead and give me a computer's check. I will say, are you focusing on anything specific or just the general status of the ship?
I'd like to know, like, power and sort of engine status. How disabled is it, basically?
Gotcha. All right, give me an average scan. This is not whether or not you'll fail the scan entirely, just how much information you will glean from it.
To success, to threat.
All right. As you start an active scan before you're using a passive, when you do an active scan, this is for the players as well, it doubles your range. It increases them, actually, it increases them by 1 range band farther than what it was before. You've focused your scanning efforts on the ship itself. You see that it's got multiple main cannons that seem to be offline. It seems like it's having total power fluctuations throughout the vessel. The engines are not firing. The ship isn't actually moving. It's starting to list slightly to port. As you're making the scan, I will say you pick up what seems to be this, like an energy discharge. It doesn't seem like a weapon that you're familiar with. And with that discharge, it actually feedbacks into your tie and you take 2 strain. So go ahead and take a 2 system strain.
Ouch. Roger.
And you're sitting there having to like hit the damn thing and try to recalibrate your scanner to pick up any more of the details. And that's kind of where you lost it.
Okay, I'm gonna slowly floating closer towards the asteroids nearby where the Liberator is, and I'm so far not going to make any particular movements towards anything. I'm just keeping an eye out.
Okay.
I want to look around the area and basically see how people react to me.
All right. I will say right now you're at long range, closing in on medium. How close do you want to get to the battle? The battle is at engaged range right now. And I would say the Gazantes are sitting at about long range as well. So
I'll come into close.
You're gonna get into close, okay? So all right, close. Excuse me. So it goes close, short, medium, long. So close.
Oh yeah, so it's not engaged.
They
Yeah, 'cause we're in
changed the
space.
term
Yeah.
because it's space, but it's the same. Yeah.
All right, then short.
Short range.
One
Okay.
band out, basically.
One band out from the battle. Okay, so you start to approach, and at close range, that is your dogfighting range. At the band out that you're at, this is where normally capital ships could exchange almost all of their firepower. As you get closer, you notice that the Old Republic ship here that's taken some damage, and you see the ties swoop down the length of it, firing in. They blast out what seems to be a panel of windows up at that ramp that leads towards the bridge. You can see it blows out a bunch of atmosphere, and you swear for a moment you see two boots kicking, and it's lost into the debris. The ties fly off and kind of circle back around. It looks like they're trying to target some of the anti-fighter weapons that are aboard ship. You notice the ship isn't firing back. You do see a couple of the turrets starting to kind of move. As you wait to see what happens, a few moments, eventually, the comms crackle, and you start receiving what you would recognize as a very high band. Imperial vessel, we do not require your aid. Please vacate the battlefield. Roll for me real quick a computer's check on easy, just to see if you notice something. Okay, nice. You just judging by like your current, because you were already looking at your scanners as you were moving forward, keeping an eye on this. The transmission's coming from the Lambda.
Okay. Banking away now from the fight and heading in the direction of the Lambda. Can I like repeatedly tap on the comms button like the comms isn't functioning properly? And as it's sort of coming through, you're just going to hear it is. Hang on, I can do this. It is. Wait, Commander. Can you read me?
All right. Imperial vessel. Say again. We did not read. We do not need assistance. Transmit again and identify yourself. This is Captain Madine. And I am going to GM whisper you something real quick.
Okay.
Heck, Charlie, what if Sarin is Darth Vader?
I can't talk because I'm dead.
What was that?
Dead. You're Schrodinger's Charlie at the moment.
What was Mara Jade's thing she'd always say as Emperor's Hand? Just try to say that.
You only live once? What did she say?
No,
was
she's got
Mara
like
Jade's
a
famous line?
code. I can't remember what it is.
I haven't read Allegiance in a while.
Oh, Hapspear, Barini, whatever. I mentioned it in Thrawn
I
Trilogy.
successfully made that entire situation worse by the minute, didn't I?
But you got 300 credits out of it.
All right, so there you go.
No, I didn't. They took it away from me.
Alright, I'm going to continue at my velocity, approaching towards where the Gazantes and the Lambda is, and I'm going to wait again until I'm in short distance before I open up communications.
You're gonna wait to get into short, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So as that would put you right about cycling around one of these larger asteroids. As you can see, they're keeping those transports with something in between that large vessel and themselves. They're not really warships, and yeah. So as you come around, what do you say?
Coming onto the comms. This is Wing Commander Sarin Varga. Explain your presence in this sector.
Wing Commander Sarin, roll for me a deception check. Actually, okay. He says, Wing Commander, we've been hunting rebels. We've managed to disable a Republic warship that they've gotten their hands on, the dirty bastards.
And you're on the verge of blowing my entire operation. This rebel fleet has been compromised. The last thing we need is suspicions raised, and this is exactly what you're doing, Mardine. I'm surprised you're still sitting around in a low logistics officer rank. If you expect to get any further, perhaps you want to think a little closer about what you're doing. Who gave you these orders?
No one. I'm acting on my own initiative. This is my catch. I set the trap and I've sprung it. You're just here to take my glory, aren't you?
You think I need your glory? There are far more important things at stake than a little catch for some lowly officer as yourself. If you're ever looking to get out of that pit you're in, maybe now's the time to listen. Having a favor from a wing commander's always helpful. Words in the right place.
What did you suggest we do? Pull away now? We've won this day already. The ship's disabled.
I should be able to... I assume you're jamming any outgoing communications. If we were to arrange, say, an accidental drop of that jamming for a few seconds, allow them not only to get communications out themselves, but perhaps a panicked message from our side would suggest that we have a reason to back away. Maybe the rebel fleet already knows where they are. coming to help already. In fact, no, that would put my reputation too much on the line. Unfortunately, something I'm not willing to do for you.
What are you thinking?
As I mentioned, this rebel fleet has been compromised. There is a possibility that I could, within cover, send a message on behalf of this rebel fleet that they are incoming. My voice is recognized by some. It's plausible that they would buy it.
We could... He stops himself for a moment. You can hear there's a little bit of a conversation. He's left the comms on, back and forth.
Unless you had a better
Supposed
idea.
to be my...
I would certainly welcome the help getting out of this little situation. The last thing we want now is for the whole operation to be blown. This is far too important.
All right. You could roll for me a negotiations at this point, as you're offering something for something. You've also seemed to have shooken him a bit with some of your words a little bit earlier, so I will allow a... oh my goodness, what's the skill called? Coercion skill check. If you're trying to kind of browbeat him into doing what you want.
No, I think we'll go negotiation.
With this unique scenario, also leadership would be something that I would allow.
Or, but yeah, then in which case leadership, I will fill in the full command role.
Okay.
Break down his orders, give him orders from here and where to go on to, which will be somewhere neatly well away from this sector currently.
We're going to see if your heir of authority can push this in the direction that you want. So go ahead and roll. Yeah, it's going to be against his discipline. So see if we can maintain or not. For this, it's going to be a 3 purple roll. Doesn't actually have any skill points in it. I saw that Destiny point flip.
Oh god, now I have to set the whole thing up again, don't I?
Oh, man. Oh, good roll. He's...
Now listen to me, Mardine. This is what we're going to do. Save your face, and then, as mentioned, I'll put a good word in when we get back and this operation is all done, assuming you haven't blown it. A rebel communication is going to come in, the comms, the jamming is going to drop briefly, and you and they are going to receive the same communication. The fleet is incoming. As soon as this is received, you will pull back your fighters, move on out of this sector. Do not speak of this operation to anybody else until the operation is complete. This is totally undercover. You understand me?
Yes, sir. And I have your assurances that you'll put this in your report once this whole business is behind us?
You do, Captain Mardine. I respect and am somewhat surprised by your quick thinking in order to capture such a prize as this, and I am understanding that you do not want to lose it. I will be sure that you are suitably compensated.
Thank you, sir. We'll bring the jamming fields down immediately. And it's a good thing you didn't get too close to those asteroids. It's a little something we've managed to pick up. It's what's keeping their ship powered down. We'll get it done right now, sir. Mardine out.
Sarin out. Thank you again, Captain.
So, aboard the Lambda, he's standing behind the 2 pilots. He gets onto the comms. Take down the jamming field. Allow the rebels that chance to transmit and eventually escape. But wait. Keep their ship out of commission a little bit longer. Just the communications. I want to send a message. So, with that, your jamming field goes down, the static stops, but the pulses seem to continue for a little bit longer. With that, the comms kick on, and it's an immediate distress call. It sounds like the voice of a young man. This is the Alliance ship Liberation. We're under heavy attack. We've got multiple hull breaches. Weapon systems are down. Well, some of them. We need assistance. It's only TIE fighters. Any moment. We'll take too much damage. The hyperdrives are still up. Is anybody receiving?
This is Sarin Varga. We are receiving you. I am a member of the forward patrol for the fleet. We are incoming. We had readings on your location. Hold still. We'll be in to rescue you soon.
Oh, I'll think. Finally, and it starts to cut out for a little bit. A few seconds later, the lights on the lid start coming back online again. They've got something in the field that's jamming us. It's disrupting our power systems. They've attached something to the hull. It's causing intermittent. And with that, you see the TIE fighters actually break off and start to make their way back, taking wide curves around some of the rocks. You do notice a couple of the TIE pilots take a few pop shots, which may or may not irk your character, as they've been ordered to fall back, and they're still firing at the ship. Eventually, though, the squadron does break off the ship and starts to make its way back. They're just starting to come over the asteroids closest to, because they're quite fast. They're going max speed. You notice that the power interruption seems to happen again on the capital ship. Anything you want to do?
Yes. Sarin will, as this is going on, have continued heading this direction as if he's moving on to leave the area. And seeing this power fluctuation again, he's going to get back onto the radio. Captain Mardine, I thought we had an agreement. Why am I still reading power fluctuations?
It's taking a moment for us to power down the devices that are scattered across the asteroid field. They pack a bit of a punch once they get started. They'll be down in another 30 seconds or so. Roll for me a discipline check.
Any difficulty?
Nope, I'll roll it for you.
Oof.
Seems a reasonable answer.
Well, thank you, Captain Mardine. I hope to be seeing you soon.
Indeed. There's a bit of a pause as the TIE fighters continue to approach. What are you doing while this 30-second time window kind of goes by?
Continuing to sort of, I'm still at my holding's like a constant speed again, as if I'm leaving the area. Maybe like I'm plotting my astrogation charts, but basically I'm hanging around to see if they go. Sort of.
Okay. Comm crackles on for a second. Wing Commander, don't leave so soon. Got an interesting transmission. The local Imperial refueling base. You give good orders for a dead man. Notice the TIEs pass over the Gazantes.
You do understand that to operate at this level undercover, certain things are required, and that includes a complete lack of suspicion. A dead man can't be a spy now, can he?
Go ahead and roll for me. You know what to roll, I will say. I will roll your difficulty. The TIE is now banking over the back, the last two Gazantes, and passing, almost swiping past the shuttle. You notice that they are on a course towards you. How'd you roll?
I'm just double checking I'm right.
Okay. Oh. Yeah. You're right. Okay. Right, Wing Commander. My apologies. I was just doing my due diligence. Please, carry on. We're bringing the field down now. And with that,
Alright.
that static stops. Dead.
I
Just-
appreciate it, Captain. I do understand the concern.
Fly well. I'll see you in the officer's mess at some point, maybe? Good luck. And don't forget me in your report.
Well, of course not.
All right, load up the ties. Let's get underway. Or that ship has a chance to. And with that, the remaining turbo lasers aboard the Liberation begin to open up. Every large asteroid within close range of it starts to shatter in turbo laser fire as every weapon goes out. The hangar bay doors on the top start to open, and the ones on the sides begin to open. The port side manages to open first, while the starboard seems to be jammed shut, and you see a series of icons on your heads-up display doop, 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 pop up. Some say ARC TAC lib, but some say Z-95 lib as they start pouring out of every port that opens. The asteroids start to crack and break as the ties slot in underneath the Gazantes, and you see that little convoy start to pull away. A few random blasts of red lasers, of turbo lasers, start to go in their general direction. One bounces off one of the shields of one of the Gazantes as it turns, taking a little bit more cover behind one of the asteroids, and eventually you see them line, and all three jump to hyperspace.
Which point I will press that button myself as well.
You jump on the course that you'd plotted earlier. And with that, the burning heavy cruiser behind you is lost in the dust as the stars filter out in those long lines and you jump to hyperspace back towards the fleet. The Gazantes obviously jumping a different direction. So, we'll switch perspectives again. Back aboard the flagship. Along the Rebel fleet, where you all started this investigation. Osh. And we get it all loaded up here. Osh and Zakari. Standing in the... Were you in the main briefing room, or were you on the U-Wing last we left off? I think you were in the main briefing room,
I think
chatting
we were
with the
still on the
Admiral.
Nomad, yeah.
Yeah, you're aboard the Nomad. The Admiral and the older gentleman known as Shaw are both sitting there having a conversation. The hologram is still up of Hera as you're talking about and seem to have made a breakthrough and come up with a plan about a potential hub station that you believe, Zakari, that you could track if you had enough points.
Mm-hmm.
So we've kind of gone back in time a little bit. So the actions that had just gone through, that's all kind of happening right now as you guys are, as you're coming up with this plan. It's an interesting plan. Trip a bunch of sensors, give you back the data. You really think you could find the hub, the Admiral says, looking at you, the Rhodian.
Oh, definitely. I don't know how many readings I'll need. It might be 2, it might be 3. I could maybe do it with 1 if I get enough information, but give me enough time and yeah, I can find it.
So where do we send, and who do we send? What's the best plan of action here?
Well, All I need is the data. If you can send it to a ship with a long-range communication device, I can get it aboard Veronica, my U-wing, and do the calculations from there. Obviously, I'd prefer to go out to one of them, but the rest is up to you.
Well, we could dispatch some squadrons. Maybe some of the freighters, or get enough points, set off some of these, but their scanning capabilities are a bit limited. Hera speaks up. We could send some of the escorts. Maybe, and she looks towards you through the hologram. Zakari, maybe, what do you say? Maybe four or five of our escorts, some of the hammerheads, maybe even some of the GR-75s.
If you can spare them. Yep.
I mean, they're fairly random jumps, so hopefully they won't run into any trouble.
Just keep them ready to run, because if they knock that beacon off, there could be a task force there.
Right. If the beacon's relatively close, they would be able to spread that information fast. Let's do it. The Admiral starts calming over. Let me get the Hammerhead Vera. We'll send the Drifted Heart. We'll send the Rascal and the Dreamsmith. We'll dispatch them into... Is there anything that we should look out for? Any particular areas near inside sectors, I would imagine? They seem to be looking towards you as the kind of the resident navigation officer in the room. Someone who knows a little bit more about hyperspace communication and plotting than anybody else here.
Can I run a navigation check to have you help me with that? Because I'm not sure what they would want to look for.
Absolutely. Sure.
Okay. Or an astrogation check, maybe?
Astrogation check. You could, and you would know this. There's a hologram in front of you. So you're able to kind of drop the visual image of Hera away and bring up a star chart of the region.
Okay.
And just give me an idea of like what would your character look for?
I would look for places where hyperspace lanes intersect, because that's where they're getting the most bang for their buck with any sort of beacon.
Okay. So well-known plotted hyperspace lanes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Go ahead and give me a roll and figuring out where you think these ships should go.
Okay.
All right, yeah. So go ahead and give me a roll. I will say easy check.
Okay. Free success.
Free success. Okay. So you pull up the star charts and look through all of the hyperspace lanes that they have that are plotted out and ready to go. These are the safe zones, the safe areas for travel. And through looking at those, designate where they should send these ships. Far enough off the beaten path that they might not just be stumbled upon by an Imperial patrol, while also having the best chance of setting off and picking up maybe some of these signals as they're sent out. And says, we'll get it done. We'll send them out right away. And he starts to calm those ships immediately to get them on their way. And one at a time, you see these vessels start to curve off and jump to hyperspace. I hope this works. Looks towards you.
Me too. That's a lot of fuel we just used. I hope it works too.
Yeah, as soon as they join back up, we're getting ready for our next hyperspace jump. So is there anything you guys want to do? Because it's probably going to be a little while for them to know that they've set off these and then to scan them down.
Probably
got like an hour or two.
Is there
We
any
should
close
probably
enough
look to return this droid at some point. The droid, not this droid. What droid?
That's a good point. We did borrow that droid from the Mythic, and they're probably wondering where it is.
Harris speaks up. So, what did you find aboard the Mythic? Anything interesting? I'm surprised you were already back.
Well, that's a question for Natiri. We haven't heard from her. We don't have long-range communications, but she was trying to find out.
You can
Right.
finish.
Oh, I was just gonna say that she was just trying to find out if there's anything suspect going on over there. Maybe we could. I don't know.
We found a rather curious droid that seems to fancy itself a detective. We were going to get it to help with our investigation in the fleet. However, I imagine that if anything untoward were happening on that Gozanti, this droid would have picked it up. I'm in no real hurry to retreat to dig further into their affairs.
Yeah.
Well,
Of course, the droid could be lying to us.
so they just let you take their droid. Interesting.
Yeah.
We
They,
did not ask permission.
Hey,
Of course. If they
So
were,
you stole their
we
droid.
we were given clearance to do what we needed to find the potential subterfuge within the fleet, and you indicated them as potential suspects. If we were to tell them that we were going to be using their droid to perform any kind of surveillance on their ship, then that would not have been received well and would have undermined our efforts. We were able to do our job correctly, or we were able to do our job in a way that you might think is more above board, but this was not a job that could be done above board.
Agreed. Exactly what I was gonna say.
Hera's mouth is like open and just kind of like not sure if she's taking you, if she should take you completely seriously or just kind of dumbfounded by it.
It's not like we robbed them blind while they were asleep or anything.
You hear Shaw. That's an oddly specific example, but
It just came to me.
rebels have to get it done one way or the other.
That's
So,
right. Yep. We can return it if you'd like. I mean,
We had every intention of returning the droid.
we can
It was
explain to
simply
them
to see
what
what
it
it would
and
do.
I feel like I've been privy to too much information as it is. And the Admiral says, I don't know what you're talking about, Shaw. I didn't hear a damn thing. Oh, right, yeah. It
The
just,
droid was very on board with this. It actually asked to come with us.
Hera's just kind of laughing. There's a series of beeps in the background of Chopper going to town. You understand him as saying that he's sick of these flesh bag humans or sentients just doing what they want with droids. It's bullshit. And goes on a bit of a tyrant. You can just hear him kind of getting quieter and quieter. It sounds like he's just moving away from the comms. All right. So you guys got a little bit of time. If there's anything else that you'd like to do. If not, we will switch perspectives.
We're going to casually make our way towards the Gozanti, having no reason to believe that anything is up.
All right. So you guys maybe don't head out right away because you are waiting for those ships to come back. But
We get a cup of calf.
a little bit of
Yeah.
time goes by, but actually not too much. Maybe 25 half hour, maybe a half hour goes by at this point when Sarin, you drop back into hyperspace and you can see the fleet slowly moving, the sun behind them. You're back with the fleet.
Immediately on comms and to the main capital ship. Admiral, do you read?
There's a pause for a moment, and then this is Admiral Kutch. Go ahead.
Admiral, I have located the Liberation and rescued her from the Imperial forces that were holding her in position. I have some information about how they're doing so, but most importantly, I think we should probably go and make sure it stays in one piece. Immediately.
What kind of shape was it in? What kind of force is attacking it? How did you save it?
Lots of questions, all gonna take a bit long. We need to get moving if we want to make sure that that ship is still there. Last I checked, its hyperdrives, its power was fluctuating, potentially non-functional.
Right. Well, we can't move the entire fleet there. We're still waiting for some ships to return that just left, but
Sufficient firepower to dissuade an Imperial force returning would be a good idea.
you guys on the bridge see him look toward Shaw, the Admiral, and can we spare any ships? We wrote the lib off. We were sure it was done for. Yeah, we can send a compound. We can't just let it be. He could be telling the truth. Fine. The Rhodian gets back on the comms. Royal Baron, Lucidity. Take Gray Squadron. You'll be following our newest Twin Sun Squadron member, Sarin. Share with them the hyperspace coordinates. They'll escort with you. Bring that ship home. If it looks like you're going to get into a prolonged engagement, come back. We do not want you engaging. Just be there if they need assistance.
Understood. And he'll transmit the hyperspace coordinates to the 2 ships mentioned.
All right. Are you going with them?
I will be, yes.
All right. So you guys program those coordinates. Jump into hyperspace. Doesn't take you very long before you arrive to find a trail of debris and smoke and a little bit of flame. Looks like a single, one of the single engine cowlings has broken off the ship and is slowly rolling, and a little bit on fire still as one of its fuel systems is spewing. But the liberation is not there. This is Gray 1. I see a lot of debris out here, but, and it's one of the X-Wing squadrons that followed you in. I don't see any heavy cruisers.
This was where it was left. It was intact, I thought. What the... Check the nearby asteroids. There might be evidence the Imperials have been here. They left some sort of... or hopefully left some sort of machine that they were using to shut down the power systems on the Liberation.
Roger that. Royal Baron, we're gonna move in. Lucidity, you wanna cover us? Get closer to these asteroids and get a scan in. Probably not a good idea to bring the assault ships in. You get a bit of back and forth comms, but they do end up going into the asteroids and becoming a scan. Yeah, there's a whole honking lot of debris out here, but I'm not seeing anything that... Getting a little bit of weird static. Some kind of metal devices. A little bit of these asteroid... It's a wreckage. Nothing solid enough to get a good scan on, though.
They must have destroyed them as they left. Or someone did.
So, what would you like to do?
The trail of debris, does it lead in a direction?
Roll for me a... It's gonna be a little bit of a weird one, but roll for me a mechanics roll. I'll say it's an easy difficulty. And it does, actually. It leads out of the asteroid field. Wow. The rest of the group with you can't roll for shit, so... So you...
Oh, I forgot to roll the difficulty. Don't.
Oh, okay.
Well, it was easy, right?
Yeah, it was an easy, so it's just gonna be one. One purple.
1 threat, which was cancelled out, so yeah, just 2 success.
Okay. So judging by, as you've had a chance to fly through now, and you're seeing this kind of trail of debris, it's pretty light debris. There's pieces of hull plating, there's pieces of a single engine cowling, but there isn't enough here to be an entire ship. And the trail leads out of the asteroid belt.
Is it possible to plot potential hyperspace coordinates along that line of debris as if it had hyperspaced in that direction and see anything that intersects with that line that might be within its hyperspace range or close hyperspace range?
Absolutely. Go for an astrogation check. Now, this is a difficult thing, as Vader said. He wants every known potential location that they could have gone to as they jumped to hyperspace. You're kind of doing that. So go ahead and I will say it's an astrogation check on hard. Hard mode. As you try to plot it, it's too wide of a field, as it's been a little bit of time, and everything is in motion as it's starting to spread out. It's too hard to figure out. The ship where it may have jumped to if it had jumped from that last bit of where the debris is. You get a general like direction, but it's nothing that you could plot. This is Gray 1. Yeah, no sign of any friendly ships here. We should turn back.
Agreed. There's only so much we can get here. We're wasting time. Apparently its hyperdrives were more functional than I thought.
Okay. You guys head back?
Yes.
All right. So you plot your course. Very easily jump. I won't have you roll or anything. You guys all jump into hyperspace and head back to the fleet. Dropping out once again. You see the fleet there. They take up their escort positions. You notice it's the fleet. There's no sign of the ship, so wherever it went, it wasn't here. You do notice this time, I'll say, as you drop out kind of close to it, toward the back of the fleet, the fires aboard that like dark, elongated vessel toward the back end of the fleet have been put out. It's no longer smoking. It looks like they've gotten some of the repairs underway, and the ship is no longer listing. It's actually flying straight, and it's slowly catching back up with the fleet. On your comms, it registers as the Prophet's share. That would be the Providence.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, with that, shall we change perspectives one more time?
Over it. All I'm going to be doing is docking up on the main ship, so...
All right. So you head into the capital, to the task force lead?
Yeah.
Okay. So you easy enough
As you
for
do
you to
that,
come
you
in.
get a comm message. Nadiri's funeral service will be next Sunday.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah. Well, let's find out, shall we?
A quiet dirge begins in the background.
Let's find out what's going to happen to Natiri, who has started a fight. So...
Listen, Shaq, I know it's cheeky, but I didn't use my strain in the end, or did I? To attempt comms.
What are you asking?
Because I was going to use strain in that move, didn't I? But then
It should have cost you 2 strain, and then you didn't do it. Yeah, you didn't actually do it, because you could try. Would you like to try to use your comms to get through to someone?
No, I'd like to use my strain once more to give it another go at that door.
You can't. So to do an attack
Okay.
roll or an actual like roll, it takes your action. A maneuver is for like switching weapons, putting something away, using a key panel real fast. Like shooting at something is definitely an action, and you already used your action for
Yeah.
that round. So
All right,
Is he
I'm
too far to
gonna-
touch it? Sorry, try.
No, sorry.
yeah, he's too far to touch it because he's moved. You can actually see where he is in the room. He's moved away, and he's put the captain in between him and her and the hostiles that are aiming at Natiri, who's about to open fire.
Can I use my strain to regain grip onto him and have the
You can move and do it. Like, you can move, basically, but any kind of real actions is going to be an action to do.
Okay, so like some stuff like perspective checks and whatever is like
That's all actions,
that's-
really. Unless I ask
Yeah.
for it as a GM, where I'm like, okay, this is something that you might just be able to glance at and notice, I'll allow you to
Yeah.
try. But that's when I call for it. For you, you've got maneuvers, you've got actions. You can actually see the examples of those, I believe, on your cheat sheet on some of the ideas on what you can and can't do, which I will show you. Make sure I'm on the right. So maneuvers right here. Right, so those are
Right.
all, and these are actions. Now, it's in those realms, right? So it's not like a hard set rule, but these are the things that you should be able to do with the maneuver. So move, drop prone, kneel. You can prepare something if it has the prepare quality. So you'll have like weapons that have a bipod or need to spin up before they fire. They'll normally have a prepare quality to it. Yeah, so that's kind of the thing that you've got there.
I don't want to take any more risks right now because it's all gone tits up for me. So I'm going to use strain to regain control of the captain and have the blaster up against him.
Okay. So I will say you can't really regain, you can't like do like grapple him or anything, but you can move behind him, I'll say. and narratively, you've got your rifle out, right? You're kind of you're basically moving into cover behind this guy. He's a big dude.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So let me use my 2 strain for that.
All right, so you'll use your 2 strain to get behind him. Yep. All right, so you find yourself behind this captain, rifle out, kind of holding on to him, and you've got his crew aiming towards you. Foch is up first. He's got his blaster out. And he's, to hell with this. He's going to holster it. He's going to use his maneuver to pull a knife. So he's got, it's just a normal knife. And he's going to, oh man, actually he's going to hold to the door because he can't take 2 maneuvers. So he's going to pull his knife out and he's going to press himself against the wall as you started to fire at it. That's going to be his turn because he's actually considered a mini. Sypha has her blasters out and is going to aim with one of them down the sights, trying to get a bead on you. And the captain's going to say, no, don't you, do not shoot me. And she's going to shoot at him, shoot at you, past him. So let's see how she does. With her blaster, she rolls 2 failures and a threat for 3 success. So she does actually hit. So as you're kind of dipping behind, now because you're so close to a friend of theirs, it upgrades the roll immediately. If they roll, if she hits and rolls a despair, she hits the captain instead of you. But in this case, that didn't happen. In this case, she did manage to hit you. So as you're trying to duck behind him, even with the setbacks there, let me see. She's got a normal pistol, so I remember off the top of my head what is its damage is 6, so 7 damage. So she hits you for 7 as she waits and aims, takes the shot, 1 round out, and manages to, I'll say, hit your shoulder and kind of blast it backwards a bit. There's a burn mark. You can smell a little of that burnt flesh. And it hurts. So yeah, there you go.
Wait. She did 7 damage total, yeah?
Right. Don't forget to minus your soak.
So she did 4. Yeah, so...
She just 1 shot, just waiting for that perfect time as he's moving and you're moving. She gets the shot. So that's going to be hers. That's going to put us at Cypher's turn. Cypher just went. Nax is up. He's got his carbine out. He's going to roll. And you're behind him, so it's got to be a red, actually. And he fires a few rounds with the captain yelling, "Stop it, you fools!" The rounds are going to bounce off some of the glass behind you and a little bit of the hull on top. As you dive behind it, they don't hit you. So he misses. It's going to be the captain's turn now. The captain... is going to reach down as you're trying to hold on to him. He's going to pull the vibro knife from his back belt, and he's just going to swing back behind him and try to get you with the vibro knife. So with that roll... Oh, man. That bronze sucks. It's 2 purple roll. I will give him a setback because he's swinging behind him. He can't really see you. And he hits you.
Oh, okay.
For 3, 4, 5, 6 more damage. Now, vibro knives have a quality called pierce, meaning it's going to ignore 2 of your armor. So before you subtract your soak, -2 from your soak.
-2 from
as he ignites this vibro blade, and it makes that slight that weird vibration visual to it. You hear that for just a second before he plunges it behind him and into kind of where your kidney was, where you got elbowed earlier, as you've done this multiple times today. And it sinks in a couple of inches, cutting right through your armor. Didn't roll anything else though, and he's gonna take some strain.
How much did that hurt? Sorry.
So that was, what was the vibro?
Should be 5, I think,
3,
in total.
3, 4, 5. It was 6 damage minus your
1.
soak. Yeah, -1 because of the pierce. So,
One, two,
cut it.
three,
It dips
four,
in a
five.
couple of inches.
Oh, yeah. Is there a potential for me to close the door from the console?
He is going to turn around. Actually, it's Sam's turn next. He's going to, with that stabbing you, because you don't actually have a grip on him, he's able to turn around now. The knife is out, and he's going to use, that was his attack, and his maneuver to pull out the blade. He's going to run back. He's just going to kind of backpedal. He can't get through the door because everybody's in the way. He's going to backpedal a bit. Oh, kill her, fools! There in front of you now is a glass panel, and it looks like where they normally put star charts for navigation. That's about like halfway up to your chest is just metal, and then it's glass above that. So that's kind of the cover that you've got going on as they're shooting. There's a few blaster holes in it already where they've been shooting through it. And that's where you're at. So Sam's turn, the last one. This is the first officer. Sam's rocking he's got his pistol out. Man. And your cover's gone away. He's run off. I'll say... Let's see his skill is still. Let's see what it goes. And, wow. 3 failures, only 1 success. He manages to miss. He does, though, break the glass. So whatever cover bonus I was giving you for the glass, which was 1 setback, that glass just shatters and kind of falls over you. This just wall of glass. So that is now kind of rough terrain for you. Meaning it's gonna be a little harder to move around in that space, but you are still alive, it sounds like, and that's the round. You're at the top. What do you do?
Can I check? Is there any possible way for me to close the door from the console that's around me or behind me?
I will allow if you want to use your action for a perception check to find it. Yeah.
But I wouldn't be able to use it.
You
would I?
know right now where they're... Well, I let button presses, like if it's just a button to do something, I allow that as a maneuver. Like shutting a door, if it's just 1 push, then yeah, you can do that if you can get close to it for a maneuver, it's fine. Or even sometimes as an incidental.
But if he uses perception, he can't attack later, right?
He can't attack, yeah. If you're gonna inspect all of these consoles, and there's a substantial number of them around you, that's gonna take your whole action to do it. So you do know where one of the buttons is, and that would be the one you've been trying to shoot at, which is right next to the door.
I'm not going to be able to do it. Am I able to med pack and then shoot the door? Is that a possibility?
Medpack uses a maneuver.
And then I could strain for the next one.
And then you could strain for a maneuver to move, and then an action to do something.
Oh, I can med pack, strain, move, and then
You have 2 maneuvers.
action.
If you use the strain and an action, so that's your.
Okay,
This is
so I
your
can
resource.
strain for a med pack.
Tell me what you want to do.
I want to be able to med pack and then make my move from there, like action.
All right.
Sorry.
All right, so it would be a maneuver to use a med pack. Do you want to do that?
A maneuver to med pack, not action. Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
because you've got one of those pockets on your belt, so you don't have to worry about like messing around with your gear. You just literally pull it out of your pack and shove it into your leg. So if that's what you want to do, all right. So you grab that med syringe and shove it in. Active starts working immediately, starts healing some of those wounds and clotting up some of the pretty deep bleeding that you've got going on right now. So go ahead and heal for guys. What's the med pack? It's 4, 5. Is it 5?
5 for the first use, and then it goes down.
Yeah.
Okay. 1, 2.
Like the droid patches are
5.
4 every time.
Okay.
All right.
So I've got 1 med pack left. Yeah.
So if you try to do one again, you've used the one in your kit pocket though. So that's your quick draw one. All right.
Okay.
So you've healed. You've got a maneuver, or you've got an action, or you've got an action and a maneuver if you spin the strain. What do you want to do?
Okay. Am I able to? Because I'm so close to the hang on, how do I do this? Since I'm so close to I forget that the cockpit essentially.
Comms and helm control are there in the front.
Yeah, since I'm so close, am I able to just disrupt the Gazanti's movement, like, and throw everyone off aim?
Oh, so you're like I want to kick the helm controls is what you're basically saying.
I want to almost start putting this a ship spinning. I need to delay because otherwise I'm gonna die. I need.
I will because you're literally right next to the helm control. I will say for maneuver, if you want to literally kick the helm control over, because the ship is moving, the whole fleet's slowly moving forward. It's just kind of set to go. If you want to slam the controls over, go for it. You want to use that as a that would be an action because you're like reaching over and you're using the helm. But if you want to do it, go for it, man. We'll roll for it.
Yeah. Let's do it because I need to delay.
Okay.
I really do.
So, it is. We'll say it's a maneuver to jump into the seat. Normally, when you get into a vehicle, it's a maneuver. So you jump into the seat, grab the controls as your action. Tell me what you want to do with the ship, and then you're gonna roll for a piloting check.
I want to lift it upward so that these guys start falling down here, and
okay.
And the captain may be doing like this Indiana Jones, boulder roll down last and crash into them. Hopefully,
computers or piloting check. You choose.
I have actually upgraded my computers before this stream. So where's piloting again? Sorry, I'm so lost.
They're the same for you.
Are they the same?
Yeah, you've got piloting space and
anyway.
piloting planetary. So you just choose the one you want to use. This would be piloting space. They should be under your general skills. They're fifth from the bottom.
All right, let's use let's use piloting space since they're both the same.
Okay, piloting space.
Yeah.
So the reason I asked you one or the other, just to describe this to stream, there was two choices here. There was one, just grab the control stick and pull back. You're not really doing anything piloting related, and then trying to use your computers to figure out how the gravity, the grav plating works aboard this ship, so you can shut it off. Instead, you're going piloting, meaning you are going to have to kick those engines on in such a way that it makes the grav plating can't overcome it, and you're just accelerating. So go ahead and roll for it. This is going to be... Go ahead and roll for it, and everybody on board, because you're not going to not be able to control this ship, you're a pilot, is going to roll a coordination check to see if they can stay on their feet as this thing starts to accelerate and pull up.
Okay, so I'm not rolling now.
So yeah, roll now, and this is going to set what they have to overcome. So go ahead and roll. Okay. No difficulty, just roll it. I've never had a roll like this.
Barely.
How'd you do? You had 1 success and 0. Okay, so let's see who fails it. Going through the list, Sam's going to be... We'll go through the initiative list. So Foch is going to be first. His coordination is... This is coordination.
The other ships are going to see this, right?
Oh, man. So... Oh, that's not... What'd you roll? It was a 1 point. It was just a 1. Okay. Foch doesn't move. As the ship starts to rumble and accelerate, and you start to pull up and bank the ship, the engines light up on the back end of this Gazanti. All three of them kick on, start to accelerate. Yes, you guys in the command room immediately see this flash, because in front of you, as I described in the last episode, is the Mythic. And you just watched its engines kick on, and it starts to leave the formation and starts to kind of do a loop back upwards, flipping all the way over and starting to head towards the ship that you guys are currently in. It's almost facing you down as it starts to accelerate. So Foch actually manages to grab onto one of the walls and hold himself there. The next up is going to be Scythe. She's... Oh, wow, she's awful. She tries to reach out and grab for one of the walls and slips and starts to tumble as the acceleration that you've managed to kick out of these engines starts to pull everyone back towards the back of the ship. She wasn't ready for it. So I will say she goes prone and gets knocked at range band backwards. So So she gets knocked out. Got back here. Sam, his skill set. He's not as bad. But he only rolled advantage. So he also, as Scythe starts to fall backwards, kind of just runs into him. And now there's this ball of 2 of these would-be rebels rolling kind of halfway down the hallway. That brings us to the captain himself, who's inside. He's not in the hallway. He's actually got a wall behind him. But let's see if he can stay on his feet. Captain. He's not on this list. He's on this list.
Come on, Captain, start rolling. Super monkey
Come on,
ball
big
style.
fella.
Coordination. Okay, he is
monkey
rolling
ball style,
3
please.
greens on this, so
Oh,
he's got the
gonna
most.
stay.
He manages to he goes backwards just like a couple of steps, and then he manages to hold himself up, and he dusts off that tunic that he's wearing. Get off my ship! Get off those controls! What the hell are you idiots doing? And that'll be all of their checks. Oh no, I didn't roll for Sam. Sam is right behind the wall there. Right? Who did I rolled for Foch, so Foch went backwards. Sam's still up.
I think Sam passed, didn't he?
I was saying the wrong name. I was going through the initiative order, so Sam's the last one in the
okay.
order. Oh, wrong guys. Nope. God, they're awful. He actually manages to drop prone and fall back with the rest of them. No one was expecting you to, instead of focus on the life or death struggle, the fight that's in front of them, you turn your back on them all and grab the controls. So they're all dropped on their ass and sliding backwards slightly as the whole ship shakes. And you can hear this metal groan as the engines kick on. That's going to be your action and your maneuvers, so you're done. Foch is going to have to... He's up first. Using his maneuver, having to pick himself up, he's going to aim and fire at you. For this, I will say he's at medium range. It's a little bit harder to shoot you. But he's going to fire with his pistol. Okay, was it Foch with the pistol? Nope, he's got a knife. That doesn't do him any good. So he stands up. Ignore that roll. He stands up and starts to... He's going to sacrifice his action to stomp his way forward, back towards the room. Damn. Yeah, he's going to just make his way inside the room. He's able to move 1 range band, so... I'll say he gets up to the... He doesn't get into the room, but he gets back up to the door. So he manages to stand up, get to the door. Cypher, she's going to go next. She's got her pistol. She's got her blaster pistol. So she's going to stand up and take a shot at you. She's just going to start shooting towards the helm. She's not even listening to the captain anymore. She's so mad. Wow. Okay, she hits you. She hits you, and she rolled the triumph.
Oh no.
So we're going to learn about critical hits now.
I'm dead.
She hits you for...
It's gonna be like 14. I'm dead.
She hits you for 7.
Oh!
Minus your soak.
So just 4. You're okay.
Still up?
Yeah, I'm still up.
God,
I thought she
Tiri's
critted.
still alive. She did. So we're going to talk about crits because you guys have not been hit by one yet. I don't think I've given you percentile dice, so let me spawn you some dice. So what happens when you get a crit? When you get hit so hard that some serious damage has been done, this is how death is handled. If you take too many crits, this is how you die. If you go down and not having enough health points, then you take a crit. The more crits you take, they start to add up, and if you roll, every time you take a crit, you have to roll a dice, a D100. Every time you roll and you have a crit, you add a plus 10 to that roll, meaning you're getting higher and higher every time you roll. If you crack... What is it, Corey? It's like 130, isn't it?
150, I think.
150 is straight out. You're obliterated. There's nothing left of you. It's like 140 is you're starting to bleed out.
Like bleeding
and you'll be dead
yeah.
the next round. You start, like when you get up to those higher numbers under 150, like around 100 to 150, those are really bad things. You can have like you lose a limb. You permanently lose a characteristic, like you lose an eyeball. That's where stuff gets kind of scary, and that's where we're at now. So I was gonna spawn you some dice.
Hmm.
Okay, we'll just roll 2 d10s.
There's some weapons like disruptors that will add like a certain amount to the roll as well. Can it be? I think it'd be up to like plus 50.
Called vicious.
The
vicious quality, which can add, but this doesn't have it. Vibroblades do have it. So here's the dice that I've just given you. There's 2 d10s. I want you to roll those, and we're going to read them from left to right. If you roll a 0, that means that you got a 10. So you got a 6 and a 0, so you got a 60. So a 60 on the crit is... I have a chart back here to let me know what you've rolled. Of course, this goes a lot faster as players know kind of what's going on, but I wanted to explain it so everybody knows what's happening. That's the vehicle version we want. So you just got a... What was the number again? 60?
Yeah.
Agonizing wound. The target increases the difficulty of all brawn and agility checks by 1 until the end of this encounter. So with that blaster shot, she manages to get you almost like back in the right between the shoulder blades. One of the blasters pierces through the seat, takes a little bit of the damage out of it, but absorbs right into your back, right between the shoulder blades, and you can feel the burning. And eventually, it's weird. It feels like it's gone cold as the nerve endings have been fried. It's a pain, and then the pain stopped. And then you feel a bit of that warm blood that's trickling down your back at this point.
Hey.
So,
okay. Oh, no.
Somebody do me a favor and look through these cards and find that critical so he can keep an eye on that and remember what he's got. I actually have cards for this, so it'll keep reminding us. All right, remember, next crit you get is a plus 10 on that. If you go down from your wound threshold, that's an immediate crit. And we'll add these all together and do another roll until the character is dead. All right, man.
Okay.
That's going to be... That was Cypher's captain's turn. Captain's gonna... What's his weapon? The captain's gonna leave. He's gonna run out of the room, use his maneuver to go out there. As he walks behind, getting behind the rest of his crew, he's a bit of a coward. You can see him shaking a bit. Get in there and kill her. I want her head. What do I pay you fools for? Yeah, that's what he's gonna do. He sadly doesn't have any leadership talents. I wish he did. Okay. That brings us to Sam. Poor Sam. Sam, the first officer, is going to just take a shot with you with his pistol. Ooh, barely, but he hits you. With that, he is going to do... No, that's a heavy blaster. He's got the normal version. That's going to do 7 damage.
7 damage?
Yep, blaster pistol. As he waits for an opening, as his allies move around, he starts to fire into the room. He knocks you out.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right.
Wait, no, I'm 0. I'm 0.
You're at 0. You're still up. You have to go to -1. You have to breach your threshold.
Gotcha.
You're still up. You are bleeding. You are broken. And you are barely conscious, but you are awake. And as you look up, you can see now the flagship of the Rebel fleet as you're still kind of accelerating and turning towards it. You two are starting to head towards each other at this point. And you were still turning, so I'll say you're kind of just turned in and looking at it. You guys on the bridge see through the windows now. I will say you're close enough. You see Neytiri. Anybody else, you might not have been able to notice them, but Neytiri in that bright pink purple color, that hair flowing back, broken and beaten, behind the controls, taking multiple blaster rounds. You can see flashes in the bridge windows as each blaster goes off, firing at her. What are you guys on the bridge doing?
Admiral Kutch, I dare say Neytiri has uncovered something.
Wait, so would you put them on, put you 3 on the initiative list?
You 3?
3. All 3 of you. You're all you're all
okay.
back at the fleet. Go ahead and put yourselves on the initiative. It doesn't. You might not be able to interact directly in the fight here, but at least you'll know when your turn comes up. The Admiral speaks up. What the hell is happening over there?
Should we be rolling for this or just put in at the
I'm
end?
just. Yeah, go ahead, roll for it to see what order you all end up in.
Wait, we've got destiny points still?
I had to flip some of those
No.
for something.
Shaq's been using them.
So they're all gone.
No. They what you got to understand about the destiny points is they continually flip from light side to dark side. We use them, they'll flip to dark side. Shaq uses them, they'll flip to light side. And the pool is always there throughout the game. All that's changing
It's
is
a resource
what side
both
they're
can
on.
use. Yeah.
So I had destiny points I could use. Oh, mamma mia.
Not necessarily. Depends
Oh.
when Shaq flipped them.
Are we rolling vigilance for this, Shaq?
Yes, definitely vigilance for this.
I don't think we're quite prepared
Nobody
for
expected.
Natiri's shenanigans. No one's ready.
The questionable freighter has turned itself completely around. Actually, the way it turned, it would be upside down to you guys. So you see her, inverted, heading towards the capital ship. I'll actually roll for the admiral too, so he can have so the ship can have an action. What is his?
I rolled a 2.2, wasted.
Roger that.
Me as well.
Both 2.2. Nice.
So the admiral's roll, which will be the roll for the ship, has rolled a 2.3. A lot of advantage. Had a good roll. I had to look up the initiative for the freaking task force admiral in episode 4.
What is he? What did he get?
What did I? It was a 2.3. Yeah, 2.3.
2.3. Nice.
And you move the dice. So where does that? Oh, so that puts the admiral up next then. What is she doing? And he looks to you guys. And it looks right at you. Actually, he looks right toward you, Zakari.
I don't know. Call the bridge. She's in there.
Get the ship on the comm. Send the off. The Shaw actually gets on the comms, and just before he gets on the comms, Admiral, that ship seems to be coming toward us. Should we not do something about that? Is that fire? Is there a firefight happening on that bridge?
Classic Natiri.
I'm nearly dead, dude.
Launch to the bridge. Lock onto the incoming craft with the tractor beam so we figure out what's happening here and get them on the comms. Gonna roll for the tractor beam as the ship is kind of pseudo under control at the moment. You see an energy beam emit from the deck, because you actually use her underneath, emit from the underside of the ship you're on now, and grab it, and you see it just kind of yanks it and stops it. All right, that's going to be his turn. An action and the one comm call. So, Osh, what are you doing?
Is it an action to look disappointedly through a view sport?
With your character, would anybody notice? You have no facial features.
Is there any sort of comm unit nearby that I could run to and activate?
Yeah, directly ahead of you guys is this kind of briefing table, but it has a number of controls for the Admiral to use. What would you like to do with it?
I just want to run up and see if I can call up the Mythic, hopefully with the Admiral's permission, but if not, can I, as an incidental, ask the Admiral for permission to do this?
So the great thing about this is that it's not like 6-second turns. You get a bit more time.
Yeah.
It's a little bit more fluid. So what do you say to the Admiral?
With your permission, Admiral, I'd like to call up that ship and see what's going on.
Yeah, find out what she's up to and if she needs assistance. We've got a lock on the ship. It's not going anywhere.
As you say. And I go over and
Use the
press
comm.
some buttons.
Naitiri, you on the bridge during the firefight, blaster rounds pinging off the consoles, piercing through the seat, some parts where you're at, some parts where you're not. You can feel the blood loss starting to get to you. You're feeling a little woozy. You're starting to feel like you're just about to pass out. And you hear a voice crackling over the communication system on the bridge. What does that voice say?
Neytiri, do you need any assistance? It seems like there's something going on over there.
Blaster bolts raining all around you.
The rest of you, I'd advise that you stop this instant. We're all watching.
All right.
Can I reply to that?
Let's see. Would you be able to get to the comms? You're at the seat. I'll say you can easily incidental to get to the comms. Sure. So you flick over the comms as you're almost hunched over the controls at this point.
And I literally scream, "Help!" down the comms.
You hear this deafening scream, all of you.
Admiral, Neytiri's requesting help.
Yeah, I think we all heard. The Admiral looks stunned. He doesn't react immediately. Zach, what do you do?
I would like to do, because I'm very knowledgeable about starships, I'd like to do a computer, and I see that she's being fired on the bridge. I'd like to do a computers check and see if I can figure out where the button to activate bridge security is on the cruiser she's on.
You'd have to gain, because you're not on that ship, so you'd have to gain access. You'd have to slice in, basically.
Can I do
that's
a
tough one.
warfare check then? I'm not trying to press the button. I'm trying to
you're
yell
trying to-
and tell her where it is.
Oh.
So maybe like a mechanics check or something.
Okay, sure.
Just
I
using-
will. Oh, interesting. Okay, there's a few skills that you could potentially use because you have access to the database on board the capital ship with that console that's in front of you. You could use computers and try to pull the information from the databank. I would say you can use your own information, like a core worlds check, to see if maybe you've been aboard a Gazanti in the past, an Imperial freighter, or one of its renditions. If you wanted to do a core world check, or
I'll do computers, I think, because
computers?
that's my best skill. Yeah.
All right, go for a computers check. I will say, because this is the flagship of the fleet, and this is a member of the fleet, average, but with a setback, because you're feeling the time constraint of your companion being blasted in front of you. You can see she's in a violent firefight right now.
Can I take a destiny token to make that a bit easier?
Yeah, that's a great use of the Destiny system. So go ahead and flip a Destiny token, and now it'll be a easy check as you center yourself for a moment, and in this instance, the light side of the Force comes to your aid.
Okay. Nice. One success.
One success and
That was
advantage.
Close. Oh
Aw.
my god.
Okay.
Material
Get upgrade?
bridge security. It's the big red button that should be flashing after blasters start going off.
The one with the door image on it.
The one that says in Arabic, security's door. All right. You hear
Bless
this.
her,
from
reading
your
has never
companions.
been a strong suit.
Sarin. At this point, I would say you were... Everything's happening pretty quickly. I'd say you would have made it to the hangar bay doors, not come all the way in yet. And you see this, as you're just getting in, the corner of your vision, you see a rolling freighter. The top end of it has come so high up that you can actually see it over the docking port. It's bizarre, and it's starting to turn towards the capital ship, and this is where you fall into this.
This before or after the tractor beam's locked on?
The tractor beam is locked on at this point. So you kind of see this, and what the hell's going on? As it levels out and it's actually heading towards the capital ship, this tractor beam goes out and kind of grabs it.
Okay, so it's
So
no
you're
longer moving towards
in the moment
capital
with
ship,
everybody else at this point.
but doesn't appear to be moving towards the
It's
capital
not
ship
moving.
any further. Cool.
Solid. Actually moving with the capital ship now as it's been it's
Yeah.
grabbed it.
And have I heard any of the comms chatter? Has any of this radio talk come through to me, or am I?
I guess this would be pretty open comms, like interfleet comms. So the whole fleet is listening. I'm actually going to flip this, as the whole fleet has been listening to this entire radio drama. Yeah. For good or ill, I'm going to flip the destiny point on that one now. So yes, you've heard the communications.
All right, well, under his breath, he's gonna mutter a quick, goddamn incompetence. And he's gonna full burn in the direction of that ship and in the direction of its docking. I guess it would be hangar in this case rather than docking. I think I can dock
okay.
with a tie.
You actually, weirdly enough, can with this particular ship because it's built to carry ties. This is what was carrying those ties in the instance that you were just in.
It's a Gazanti. Yep, fair enough.
Okay, so your ship is quite maneuverable, so you're going to blow a maneuver to move and a maneuver to accelerate. Full burn.
No, screw it. Let's full throttle this. Actual full throttle. Talent full throttle.
Oh, you're using the talent, so bam, full speed. You're gone, heading towards the
I've
ship.
got to roll.
Okay, go ahead and roll. Didn't realize I had to roll.
I mean, yeah.
Into us?
No.
Okay.
Coming to you.
Calm your bones now. I'm not gonna crash straight into the That doesn't end well for anybody.
Now, I will ask you, as a pilot, you would know this. Do you have the talent that lets you stop on a dime?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
That's
never mind.
the only reason I'm doing
I
this.
just wanted to make sure you weren't going to go so fast you couldn't stop for like 3 rounds. Man, the space movement system is so bizarre in this. Unless you're a pilot.
Yes, baby.
All right, that's
How
a damn
can I
good roll.
Triumphantly accelerate.
I will offer a suggestion if you'd like.
Go for it.
Because of the triumph and the incredible roll, I will say if you'd like to do this all in one round, where you accelerate not to full speed, but just fast enough to get there quickly and be able to get into the docking arm, like you slam into it. Yeah, squadrons drift, spin around, and slam the top of your tie into the locking arm that's underneath the Gazanti, actually compressing it slightly, if you'd like.
That sounds good to me.
You force dock onto this thing. You can hear, it seems like it's sealed. Hope you didn't break it. I'm sure it's fine. As it gives you the green light, you are now locked and sealed in. In the next round, you'd be able to get out.
Ooh, and that's not entirely true. I'm going to jump out using my incidental Let's Ride.
Man, pilots, dude. All right.
There's a pilot specialization or talent that gives you a free triumph just whenever you want it as well. Forget what it's called.
I don't know if it's a free triumph. That seems pretty powerful, but maybe.
No, it's a free triumph for something.
For certain
I think
roles.
it's on every piloting check.
That'd be insane. All right, so go ahead
It's
and stick
absolutely
your
ridiculous.
character icon. You would be on this deck. Actually, technically, you'd be on this deck over here on the bottom. So you can pick one of those 4 corners, wherever you want to end up, where you would have docked up to. Those little circles are the actual docking
I
bays.
see. Yeah.
So, whichever one. That would be the farthest away, just so you know.
I wouldn't know from outside, I guess.
I mean, you would, because you would know.
actually, yeah, I can see the bridge
You
and
can
where the docking
see
board-
the
all right,
bridge and the
yeah,
firefight,
yeah.
the flashes of red. You definitely know where it's going on. Okay, so you're right there. They're on the second deck, which you should also know because you've seen the size of the ship and where the bridge is. Okay, so Sarin's now on the ship because he's pilot. Naisiri, you're up. You've gotten these communications. You're bleeding out everywhere. What are you gonna do?
After hearing Zachary's advice on the wait. Yeah, after
It was
hearing,
security system and door control and stuff.
Yeah. So after hearing Zachary's advice on the security and locking the door, what if cartoons were real, my eyes would literally be like sliding out of my skull and my jaw would have dropped to the floor as I see this big shiny red button. And in my last bit of strength, I hit the button immediately, activating the what was it again?
Just the bridge
red
security.
button.
Yeah, that what he said.
Okay.
And yeah, so that's
So
my first.
that's going to
thing.
be, like I said, if it's just a button press, it's an incidental. So that means that it doesn't take any of your action economy resources. So you reach up, slam this button, and you immediately see the normal doors, and then a double set of blast doors shut the other direction onto the bridge. You also hear the sounds of a lot of other doors shutting, and it kind of vibrates through the metal hull of the ship, as it was a lockdown button, not just for the bridge, but for the ship itself. A lot of the doors have just now slammed shut.
Good. I hope so. I hope that's good.
So,
Wait.
the door is shut. You can hear some muffled, "Get this door open!" from the other side of the door. What do you want to do?
Can I slow the ship down so it's easier for the lads to board?
You having a chance to look now, see the this energy blast coming from the ship, the capital ship. There is a tractor beam, and you would know, being a pilot, that you are now stuck in this tractor beam. Unless you were attempting to get away, it's not going to go anywhere.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. So I don't have to worry about that.
So there's no, you're not going any faster or slower than they are. It's not going to make any difference.
Okay, perfect. I mean, I've got. I guess should I be a bit cheeky and just smash another stim pack just in case?
Do you have any
what do you
left?
think, fellas? I've got one more that I can nosh on.
Couldn't hurt.
I mean, it's up to you, man. You're the only one there.
Yeah. Let's do it because I'll get loads of money after this. It'll be epic, and I can buy loads more.
So that's 4 healing you're going to get from that stem pack instead of 5. Okay, so you slam
me-
another
let me-
one. How many do you have left?
None after that.
That's your last one? Okay.
That
Yeah,
was
that's
your second one.
No, he used one in the first episode as well.
Yeah, don't
I
forget
had 3,
that.
right?
Oh, I thought you meant stim pack uses.
You had as many as you bought.
session.
So I don't know how many you bought at character creation. I don't remember.
Yeah.
That's up to you guys to keep track of your gear and equipment. But if you slam that last one, you get 4 health. You can start feeling some of the wounds start to close, but you're up to 4. You're not doing great.
Okay, and then I delete it from my gear.
Yep.
Oh no. Okay. Is that's my action, yeah? Or
So
should I...
that would have been 2 maneuvers to do because you used the one you had easy access to, which was in the pocket that I recommended. So that means you had to dig through your kit for a maneuver and grab something out of it, and then a maneuver to use a stem pack. So it took you 2 maneuvers to do that. And you can still do an action if you want to take the strain of that second maneuver, or you can sacrifice your action for the maneuver.
Wait, I can sacrifice the action for what? Sorry.
All right. So this is how the action economy works. You have a maximum of 2 maneuvers that you can take.
Mm-hmm.
You have 1 that's always free, and then you have 1 that either you sacrifice your action and downgrade it to a maneuver, or you pay 2 strain to take the second maneuver and an action. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you mentioned something else there. I apologize. I thought. I want to just downgrade it to another maneuver. There's not really any action. Okay. Well, actually, no, that's a lie. I want to strain and get into a proned position, like defensive.
Can't do another maneuver though.
You can't.
Oh wait, that's
you did. Yeah,
that's
you used
not
up all your
action.
maneuvers, so you can only do an action.
Oh, okay. All right, then yeah, I'm just gonna downgrade it to a maneuver then. Yeah, if there's nothing else I can really do to protect myself.
All right, so you downgrade that to a maneuver, so you don't take any extra strain, and for just a moment, at least you're not being shot at. All right, you do hear a lot of tinkering around outside the door. Yeah, that's what you hear. You hear a orders being barked from the captain. You hear boot steps running away. And you hear some fiddling with the door. Okay, actually. Let's see. Security door on a military ship. Who is their best? Who is their best mechanic? All right. Okay. Come here, camera. You're coming with me. So, this is the roll. Their best mechanic's kind of trash. But those are both blank skill dice. for the security system. So they didn't roll anything. So the door remains shut for this round.
Oh.
They would have had a much better roll if their astromech was still here, because he's actually a mechanic. But somebody kidnapped the mechanic.
Borrowed.
So, all right. That brings us down to the next. That's going to be the next player character. As the Admiral is on the bridge and he's watching this go down, it seems like you guys have a plan. He does get on the comms and he actually radios over to Crate and says, oh no, he can't radio over to Crate because they couldn't do it. But he radios over to one of the other ships and he's organizing a boarding party. It's going to take a few minutes. It's going to take a little while though. But an assault team is being prepared. Osh, you're up.
All right. So yeah, that maneuver I was talking, or that town I was talking about, it's called Showboat. When making a check in a starship or vehicle, may suffer 2 strain to gain triumph on success or despair on failure.
Yeah, so you take the despair
ridiculous.
too, but that's still really
Yeah.
cool. That is a cool. There are some really cool pilot ones. I love the specializations in this game because there's so much you can like mess around with, and so many characters you can build.
I can guarantee you're going to stop loving them a lot less.
So from our position, I guess I just look at Zachary and start running down to Veronica.
Yeah, she's gonna need a medic.
Okay, you guys take off. I will say it'll probably take you. It's a trip because you got to get all the way to the ship, load up, launch, and get over there.
Can I comm to the droid and ask the droid to start doing prep?
Okay, so you comm over to the droid.
Yeah.
So, what'd you guys name it? You said Shock.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here. What?
Doc, get Veronica hot and ready, because we need.
Excuse me, sir. I'm a gentleman. What are we talking about?
Use your little prong thing, stick it into Veronica, turn the ship on. We've got a friend that needs help.
You hear the comm go.
Hot and ready.
He seems to have hung up on you.
Oh no. Can I call him back and say,
Sure.
seriously, we need to... I don't know if you heard me, but seriously, get the ship ready. Our friend needs help. I need to be ready to launch the second that we're in the ship.
You didn't say the magic word, sir.
Pretty please.
Fine, very well. I'll get your
Thank you,
ship
Shock.
ready. Click. He hangs up on you again. All right, so he does get the ship ready. It will take you, I'll say it takes about 2 rounds for you to get all the way over. Yeah, 2 rounds to get all the way over there and docked up. So it's a long time in combat rounds, but that's about as best you're going to get. Sarin managed to do it with some pretty sweet maneuvers that he can do, but I don't think you guys have those.
No.
All right. So that's going to run through your guys' rounds for probably 2 turns, unless you want to do anything on those. So Sarin, you're on board. You've docked. You've popped out of the hatch just as you hear, and the hatch that you just came out of seems to have locked.
What can I see in the room at the moment?
Cargo.
Any sign of a ship control panel? Not thinking of anything particularly massive, just something that would let me access the ship's comms system.
Okay. Roll for me a perception check as you look for kind of a ship's comm panel.
And
This
get
is
slightly annoyed at how I boost everybody else's perception, but not my own.
for this. I will message you. Actually, because of your background, take 2 boosts.
Roger.
Difficulty on this will be an average check, with 1 setback because you are in a cargo bay just crammed with stuff. There is crap everywhere, stacked up against the walls, in the middle. This is about 2 stories of stacked up pallets and whatnot. So, bit of a swingy pool. That's a lot of dice. Looking around, you don't notice anything. There's just too much stuff here, and you notice that the ship hasn't been very well maintained. So some of the lighting has been out. It's not super dark in here, but it's just kind of a cluttered mess.
Suggestion for the threat. Because I don't know if you've got a plan for that.
What you got?
In the darkness, I knock something over, making a noise.
Okay. All right. As you're looking around trying to find this comm panel, you push through some of the crates, and one of them is actually empty, and it's far lighter than you expect as you push it over, and you will see this glittery material flush out, and it looks like it's got kind of a sparkle to it. It's this brown, sparkly like sand.
Spice. Sarin recognizes it immediately and spits to one side.
All right.
Right, and in which case, having found nothing, he's going to sort of move out into the room slowly to try and ascertain where the doorways, entrances, and so on are in here.
Okay.
Pistol drawn now.
I would say with your background, you know kind of where you're going in the ship, depending on where you want to go. So, where would you like to go?
I would like to go to the rear elevator.
Okay. So for this one, you've got the ladder back there. I'll say you can get to the ladder and start making your way up it.
Okay.
As you get about halfway, you are greeted with a series of blaster bolts that ping off of the ladder and the wall next to you from, and none of them hit, a crewman in a helmet kind of ribbed out and a pair of goggles.
The hell do you think you're doing? A rebel officer.
As the guy wipes one of the goggles a little bit, I seem to be missing. And he brings the blaster up and he tries to fire a few more times. Can somebody put on the initiative Nax? And I'm going to roll for it right now.
No worries.
He got a 1.1. And it's a little meta, but he's the only one I think you didn't meet.
All right, I'm going to take a strain to perform an extra maneuver.
Okay.
And that maneuver is going to be to take cover behind the boxes around near where I am.
All right, so you slide back down the ladder and slap your back against the boxes. Okay, so you've broken line of sight with him. You don't know, you know where he was, and he knows where you had kind of disappeared to, but you guys don't see each other right now. Okay. I think that's your maneuvers and your action.
Yeah, I'm assuming the perception check was my action, so...
Yeah, that would be your action there, so... Okay.
That'll be everything.
All right, moving on then. We've got... Actually, Nax is up. So he's going to... Staying into cover. He's going to kind of duck down behind these crates and start making his way around, pistol out. And he's got this kind of crouch stance, and he's walking out with the pistol kind of cocked sideways. Some wannabe space gangster, as he's trying to run around the corners here to see if he can get a sight on you. Where did you end up actually? Oh, yeah, so you ran up against these boxes back here. You're still in cover from where you dropped in, but he's going to try to take a shot at you.
Mm-hmm.
That's a short-range shot with cover.
So, setbacks for the cover.
Setbacks for the cover. Decent cover, too, so I'll have 2 setbacks. And... oh, wow. Okay, so he hits for 3 extra damage. 7, 8, 9. So he hits you for 7. The heavy blaster pistols. 10 damage. He rolled better than the rest of them have. As he... running over to the next piece of cover, slams his back against this gray box right here. As he fires off a few rounds, manages to nail you. Don't forget to minus your soap.
How much damage did you say it was?
10 damage. Heavy blaster pistol. It starts. So it starts at a 7 plus 3. Oh, no, you didn't roll high enough. All right. So with that, he stumbles actually as he runs toward his cover, and he doesn't quite make it, so he doesn't have any cover because he did get some threat. That's a heavy hitting weapon. That brings us to Nightiri. What are you doing?
Try not to die, to be honest, Shaq. So, well, they're working on the door, aren't they?
They're trying to get in, yeah.
Okay. I mean, there's nothing on the bridge that's going to help me any further, I assume. And they've all stood there. I guess my best bet would be to position myself up against the wall here, and have my blaster ready and drawn, or waiting for anybody to cross the middle section here.
Okay.
And hopefully have the advantage on them to.
Now, I will warn you that with a blaster, especially a heavy blaster, you can actually look at the little cheat sheet we've got here. When they get into like a melee ranged situation, it is to the benefit of the person with the melee weapon, right? So they'll always have a boost when they attack you if they're in, like, they have a knife and if you have a blaster, they have the advantage if they're right in your face. Does that make sense? So just a fair warning.
Right, and that, even if they are unaware of my position and I have the gun prepped, they'll still have the boost.
Well, when they attack you, yes. So, and I don't know if it does. Let me see. I think it affects your roll too, because if they're engaged, they're that close, and you're trying to hit them with a rifle. Yeah, it's kind of a.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah, heavy ranged versus melee is 4 purples.
Okay.
So
Right.
So yeah, so keep that in mind.
Let's change this up a bit. What have I got equipped?
Did you bring your melee weapon, or did you leave it on the U-wing?
No, I've only got. I haven't got my stun baton. So I've only got my vibro axe and my blaster rifle. I couldn't fit it in the backpack thing.
Okay. I was just wondering if you had your vibro axe.
Yeah, I do have my vibro axe. So I'm gonna have to have that. I'm gonna have to use a maneuver to swap. Or does it take 2 maneuvers to unequip one and then equip another? Or is it?
It's a maneuver to manage gear is basically what it is. So you can always drop a weapon and pull out another. Normally, I always rule it as if you've got a sling on it, and most rifles do, you can drop it and it just kind of drops on you, and then you can pull another weapon out. So I'll say 1 maneuver to switch.
I don't think I have a slinger because I only picked it up off a dead stormtrooper in the first episode.
Okay, incidental to drop, or a maneuver to switch, to like secure it somewhere. Like putting it in your backpack takes a whole maneuver.
And then another maneuver to
pull out another weapon. Yeah.
I think at this moment I'm just gonna throw the blaster down to the ground, and then prep my vibro axe.
All right, so that stormtrooper weapon you picked up earlier clatters to the ground. You reach behind you and grab the handle of that long axe with that sharp end to it and kick it on. All right.
And I guess for an action, can I use my wait? Can I use my specializations as an action?
Like what?
Like defensive stance?
Is it cost a maneuver normally to do? Those are maneuvers. If they're cost maneuvers.
The defensive stance is a maneuver.
Yes, so you can't do it unless you want to use a maneuver for it. Because that would be taking another maneuver. You can only do 2 maneuvers in a turn.
Okay, yeah.
That's a hard rule. You can't change that.
Okay, can I do frenzied attack instead as a second?
What is that? Tell me what that does.
When making a melee or brawl check, suffer a number of strain to upgrade the attack an equal number of times. The strain suffered may not exceed ranks in frenzied attack.
You're not attacking anything though.
So,
I'm prepping.
so what I've said before is, and this is something that I've table ruled. You guys, however you at home do your table rules, you can hold an action, and that would be an action.
Best table rule.
So if you know someone's gonna poke their head out around a corner, and you want to chop that sucker off, as in this sounds like this case, then you tell me exactly what the trigger is to trigger that action.
Yeah. So I would like to perform a frenzied attack the moment I see someone enter through the door once they've, I'm assuming, unlocked it.
This is one of the things that's a house rule for us that we've used for the last couple of years. It's actually been quite fun. So okay, that's what you're gonna do. Somebody walks through that doorway, frenzy attack. The first thing you say.
Wait,
gotcha.
Somebody?
So, yep.
Oh God.
So that's gonna be your turn. We're at the rest of the squad. You still hear the commotion at this point. Okay. Here goes the roll. 4 threats, and wow, that's a lot of threat. 4 threat, but they did succeed. So as you hear a bunch of commotion, and eventually you hear the doors open up. Hey, I got it! And as you hear this, you see taking a step forward is Bosch. First one in. Get out of my way. Let's just end this bitch. As he walks in, roll your attack.
Okay.
Is Fosh the guy that's holding the knife, or did he have a pistol?
Fosh has a knife and a pistol.
So that is melee.
He originally pulled the knife, though. Yeah, he just hasn't been able to stab anybody with it.
So
sad
that's
for him.
Sypha has a vibro knife, and she's got twin blasters. And yeah, on and on.
So melee is that, and then what do I do with the frenzy attack? When making a melee or brawl check, suffer a number of strain to upgrade the attack an equal number of times. Okay, so
he's got his blaster out at the moment. So your difficulty standard is going to be a melee versus. It's going to be a melee versus range. So it's going to be 2 purples, and you get a boost because he's got a ranged weapon. Take 2 purples on there, plus a boost, and then make sure you're doing the frenzy attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna upgrade it by 2. I'm gonna reduce 2 strain to upgrade my my melee roll by 2.
What about Charlie's wound? He has 2.
Oh, right. Yeah, you've got it. Thank you for reminding me about that. So you've got that critical. What's the card say again on that? Target increases the difficulty of all brawn and agility checks. This would be one of those. So you're going to go ahead and add another difficulty to this. As your wounds, as you go in for the swing, the wounds start to hurt.
Sorry.
Yeah, so your frenzy attack, you said that increases, that's 2 upgrades you're going for with it?
Yeah, I'm going to reduce 2 strain to upgrade the...
Okay, what's your base skill for melee?
3 proficiency.
All right, so just add another yellow to that. So add another proficiency to it. As you would have upgraded 1 to a green and then upgraded again to a yellow. So, all right, man, there's the roll.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
that's quite the roll. As you're fighting through the pain, see if you can land this. Go ahead and roll.
3 failures.
Don't say it. Might happen.
Really?
Success.
What?
Success with a triumph.
Okay, that's not too bad, I suppose.
That's great. That's great. Because
good
he's
then.
considered a minion. So a triumph, you could do a lot of things with a triumph. It's up to you. I will say, though, and I'm telling you this is as a mechanic, he is considered a minion. So on a triumph, if you want to, you can crit with a triumph, which is what happened to you. Except for with a minion, it instantly kills them.
And it instantly kills them. Okay.
Yeah, so because he's one of the minions of this captain. He's got 2 minions with him.
Look those goggles in the eye and see if you could murder that face.
It's up to you. You could roll out the damage. How much damage would you have done?
So 1 success, 3 brawn. So that's been 4 damage.
How much? What's your weapon do? Plus what?
Oh, that's a good point, actually.
Now you have a weapon in your hands.
Yeah, that's obviously Whoops. Sorry, 2 secs. Equipment, vibro axe.
It's okay, you're learning.
Damage free, damage mod +3, critical to advantage.
All right, you can use that triumph any way you want because you did enough damage. As he walks in, the first swing as hard as you can, as you hear the words, "Let's kill this bitch," right into the throat. You pull it out, whip it back, and go in for another axe hit, right through the rest of the way. How would you like to use that triumph as his body drops to the floor?
Disturbing.
Oh, I know.
You just axed a man to death. There's no kind way of doing that.
Just how much can I do with a triumph? I've never really.
All right, you've never had one, so let's look at there's a cheat for you. Right there, ground combat.
Ground combat.
Bottom of it.
Upgrade the difficulty of the target character's next check. Upgrade
So
any
anyone you
ally.
want.
Yeah.
Third one.
Doing something vital such as shooting the controls to nearby blast door. Can I do that?
His body falls onto the controls of the door and closes it again.
Sure, if you'd like. Why not?
Yeah. Can I do that?
As you hit and you swing and you manage to cut his head clean from his body, the head flings off, bouncing off of one of the walls, and knocks the tools that they had into the control panel on their side, using those tools to open the security door, knocking them out of the way. And the security door is immediately shut. You find yourself once
my
again
God.
locked in the bridge.
Absolutely disgusting.
Bosch is dead. And
For
you
everybody except the guy that's currently locked in the cargo bay.
You also, unlike last time the security door is shut, you hear nothing on the other side but stunned silence.
They had it coming to them. They knew I had to do it to them.
And that would be, unless there's something else you would like to do. Oh no, that was his turn. You did that on that react. So that was that held action. All right. So Fosh's turn's over. Ciphers and the
Forever.
captains. You don't know what they did. Because you can't see them right now.
No.
So, let's see. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's what they're gonna do. That brings us down to the Admiral, who gets on the comms, and you, Atiri, hear this. Mythic, come in. Atiri, are you alive?
I respond. Yes!
Screaming across over the commune. Is she always like this in tense situations? And Shaw just kind of shrugs. I don't. Fighter pilot, huh? We're sending you help. Aid's on the way. Just hang in a little bit longer.
Thank you!
Awesome. All right. So, Sam's turn. Captain's turn. Admiral's turn. Osh, what are you doing?
Have we made it?
I think
You
we're still in
guys
transit.
have another round
Yeah.
until you get there. Is there anything you want to do en route?
I'm sitting quietly, hands folded on my lap, looking out into space.
Since you've gotten aboard ship, the droid hasn't stopped trying to ask you questions. About who you're going to rescue, about where they're going, about what the Rebel fleet's doing here. Just question after question after question, barely giving you time to answer. Which you don't understand any of these beeps.
Nope.
Awesome.
Hands folded, tap, face forward.
All right, Sarin. Oh, Zach. Sorry, Zach. Just cruising on.
Yep.
Okay. I'll allow a pilot roll if you want to try to do something like crazy, but you're gonna have to roll for it and it'll be relatively difficult to force a docking any faster.
I mean, I'm a pretty good pilot, so
It'll be at least a hard check with one upgraded to a red. But it's up to you. You would know that as a trained pilot.
Can I just have my blaster rifle drawn and ready, so hands folded with blaster? That's it.
Okay, sure. So you've readied your weapon. Gotcha.
Yep.
yeah, no, I'm just gonna keep on going. I'll ready mine as well. Put it in my lap, even though I'm piloting.
Okay. All right. Do you want to try that roll, or you didn't want to?
You said it would be 3 plus
It'll,
1.
it'll knock
hard...
a round out. Basically, you guys will be docked this round, and then starting up next round on the ship. But it'll be a 3 with 1 red instead of a purple in there.
Sure, I'll try it.
On a despair, you're gonna cause a collision, basically.
Yeah.
So just a heads up.
I'll try it.
Okay. Roll when you're ready. 2 purples, 1 red. As you're trying to push the ship a little bit harder and use your piloting skill.
Let me just double check my skill on my sheet here.
And if you fail, you're probably gonna cause a collision.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe you guys aren't here yet.
Yeah. All right. So you kind of burn hard and overshoot, I'll say. With the advantage, you don't cause a collision, but you overshoot and have to kind of come back around. It doesn't really cost you any more time. It's just frustrating that you didn't have the piloting skill to make it quicker. All right. So with that, Sarin.
Now, Mr. Captain the GM,
Yes.
this glittery powder I saw, it was a powder, right? How fine was it?
It was pretty fine. There was a little bit, and actually there still is, now that you've just recently knocked it over, this little bit of a cloud about 2 feet off the ground. Yeah, it's a little bit airborne still, and it's all around his feet, kind of near his knees up to his thighs.
Perfect. I'd like to stand up from behind my cover and shoot the powder.
Okay. All right. I think I know where you're going with this. Describe where you aim. Just like
I am aiming a little bit. Knowing that I'm going to need to hit something to trigger this, I'm essentially aiming at the floor just in between his feet.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and roll for me just a normal ranged attack.
Difficulty?
Yeah, normal difficulty, as it's right in front of you. You did just happen to knock the box over, and I described it. I have to look something up. Please excuse me. All right. So, we don't have that dice on in here, do we? Go ahead.
And as I take the shot, I'm going to duck straight away back down behind the cover I'm firing from, hoping basically to trigger this powder that's in the air to explode.
Where's your we got you over here. Here we go. There's a 1D there's a D10. I want you to roll that. Anything below a 4, you detonate it.
Okay.
Excuse me, anything I meant to say anything below a 4. Yeah, anything before you detonate it. So you rolled a 5.
Mm-hmm.
It you hit, but it didn't seem like there was enough. Like you didn't hit in the right spot, or it just didn't ignite, but it kicks up a lot more of the dust. Now it's up to his chest level. You can see him coughing a little bit of it as you roll a 5. With the threat on the roll, I'll say it's filled more of the space. A lot more of the space. You've kicked up a bunch of it, but it didn't detonate. And if there's... Yeah, we'll just do that.
And with my maneuver, I'm going to run like hell back towards the ladder back here.
All right, so you're heading back towards the ladder. So you sprint
Heading
back towards the ladder.
I want to sprint back there, like burning strain, the whole lot. Sarin wants to get the hell out of this area, seeing that dust get in the air. He had a plan and it didn't go well, but now it's gone real bad.
All right. I need you to roll for me a resilience check.
Okay.
Saren's gonna be high as hell when he gets to us.
I'll roll it for you. Just go ahead and roll.
Okay.
How'd you roll?
2.1.
2.1? Okay. So here's your difficulty. Just needed to look up something. Okay, you succeed. So
I am not the stoned.
So you, for a moment, have to like, as you're taking off running, you shake your head, and you, for a second, it looks like everything has a weird, like it's lines are blurring when you turn, like everything's gone a little bit in slow motion, and that effect doesn't end, but your vision clears, and you can see everything clearly. But everything seems to be moving slower, just slightly slower as you run. You're moving at your maximum, like you're running. You know you're running. You can feel your heart burning, but everything seems to be moving kind of slow. Okay. So. That's gonna be your turn. How far did you? Where did you want to run off to? You said you run up to the ladder, and up, right?
Continue up, yes.
Okay.
Taking a strain to do so.
All right. So your character should be, if you went to the ladder on the top deck. So you'll be over here.
Okay. Ooh.
All right. Cool. So you've managed to. I'll say you just get to the top of the deck as you run up that thing. There doesn't seem to be anybody up here. And it's just a long hallway. And the firefight seems to have stopped. And it's gotten really quiet. That brings us to Nax. Oh, that reminds me. I have to roll exactly what you rolled. So Nax is that gets kicked up, and where do you think you're? There seems to be a lot of you. Where are you guys going? And he falls flat on his ass backwards, and is just looking at his hand. He's waving it in front of his face now, back and forth.
The veins, man. They're so beautiful.
And he's just mumbling to himself. You actually don't know that because you took off running, but that's what's going on in that cargo bay right now. He's having the time of his life, but he wasn't able to keep at least in the moment, hold on to his consciousness. So he's kind of just having a time. All right, that brings us up to Nightiri.
I think I could say I have the high ground.
Get out of here.
Okay, so times are hard and friends are few, Shaq, and I'm debating on what is required of me. That door is still shut.
You and your 4 life right now? 3 life?
Yep. I feel like I might. This is the first time in how long have we been going for? 3 hours that I think I might make this out alive. So I'm gonna prep for another frenzied attack if I'm allowed to.
Okay.
And rinse and repeat the method. Would it be beneficial for me to go to the other side because they saw the spear come in from what would be
now, unlike your 5th run in Skyrim, these guys do notice their dead companions, and you would be surprised if they decided to just walk into the room again when there's an axe-wielding maniac on the other side. So you would know that, just from like common sentient behavior. So you don't know what they're up to, but you could try if you want. See what happens. Up to you.
Well, I'm locked in this room, dude. Like it's the size of my office. Like I don't know what I'm.
Do whatever you want, man.
Let me. Can I just do a perception check for the hell of it?
What are you looking for? What are you looking around at? You're just doing a perception check. Isn't really.
Yeah, I guess.
I mean, you
Would
can
there
if
be
you like,
any-
and just leave it up to the GM to look at, tell you what you'd see.
It was a bit silly, but like, would there?
So you're on the command room of the entire ship, right? Everything routes to this room. That's the kind of situation you're in. Consoles and buttons, communication, weapon systems, everything is routed to this room. You know that they're moving around out there. There's still someone on the other side of that door, but they're being a little bit quieter now and a little bit more probably freaked out by the amount of blood that's pooled underneath the door at this point.
So I'm assuming once that the rest of the boys get on board, I'll be able to use my communication device with them. So could I, if they are in range right now, could I do a perception check for the security cameras and then help guide?
Yeah, roll
them
for yeah. Go ahead and roll. I'll say that's an easy check as you have a moment to breathe, and you're looking over the consoles in front of you. So just an easy check. And there's lights in the room.
And that's it. Okay, right.
Two success, two advantage. Don't forget the advantage. As you glance around looking for anything, you see a couple of screens that you immediately recognize. That's the ship security system. Do you jump onto it? Do you want to use it?
Yeah, and if possible, would I be able to utilize the last two advantage to just attempt connection with the others through the, what is it called again? Walkie-talkie?
Communicator.
Communicator?
Yeah. Communicator. So your comm link. So you jump on this console, right? So you run over to it. It's gonna be one of your maneuvers as you jump onto the seat. You kick it online, and immediately it's already set to like just cameras outside the ship, really crappy 1970s future tech images of the outside of the ship. You start flicking through, and you notice that they've got a number of cameras on the inside that you can start seeing. You see the hangar bay with this pile of dust and this dude staring at his hand. You flip over to a room that is kind of locked down. It's got kind of a red light on the inside. You hadn't seen this room before, and you see pipes and tubes and containers. Looks like they're brewing something in there, some kind of chemist's lab. You flip to another screen, and you see the hallway outside of where you're at right now. You see you see Sypha running up, and in her hands, what looks like a few of these. They kind of look like eggs or something. They're small and round, no smaller than a football. Kind of like a softball sized, and there seems to be a few of them, and she's handing them over to the captain, and the captain's kind of nodding to her. He then gestures towards the body at the ground, and she grabs it by the ankles and starts pulling, leaving this blood trail all the way down the hallway. The captain then hands these over to Sam, and you can see Sam starting to kind of like looking at them and looking at the door, and then you can switch views if you want from there, but that's what you've seen so far flicking through.
Can I continue looking for just a moment, if that's okay?
Sure, you can flip through some more if you like.
Oh, no, continue watching what Sam's doing, sorry.
What Sam's doing. Okay, watching what Sam's doing, you kind of want to spend the rest of your round kind of doing that, since you used your action already. You see him...
Yeah.
What he looks like he's doing is slamming one of these round orbs into the crack of the between the door and the wall and shoving this in there, and then you see him pulling out a little bit of what looks like duct tape of some kind and just trying to tape this thing onto the door. At this point, roll for me a mechanics check, average difficulty.
Okay.
With your
Mechanics.
character background, yeah, you might not know.
We'll give it a go. Oh,
Yeah,
no.
you're not really sure what these objects are, but they're sticking them to the door you're hiding behind. He's just gotten started. He looks like he's got a few more that he wants to stick on, and it's going to take him probably another round.
Am I able to use my 2 advantage on the previous roll to attempt to see if the communicator's working to the others? Or
Sure. You while sitting at this console, reach over and smack the comms, opening up a general comm link. What do you say?
Lads, I'm gonna lead you up to the bridge. You all right? Can you hear me? Hello?
You guys do hear this.
The hell is going on? What have you started?
Oh, it basically. This is
Basically, what the hell is happening?
this is all for 300 credits, mate. Okay, so just help, please.
What do you mean this is all for 300 credits?
So, help how?
I've got these 2 soldiers and the captain literally on the bridge, and they're taping these eggs on the wall, and I think they're gonna blow up the door and try to get in and finish me off. I'm nearly dead, lads. Help!
Having handed a bag of eggs to an explosives expert earlier, would I know what these eggs are?
Roll for me just an intelligence check, like an easy one. Just roll your intelligence, so it'd just be greens.
I'm guessing Sarin would have a fairly good idea what these eggs
Sarin
are.
doesn't need to roll. He's fine. He would know. It's the people who are outside of like normal combat backgrounds. What was the
You
roll?
didn't fail.
All of my ability dice are blank.
Oh,
Are
amazing.
you serious?
You know, like eggs? What? Why? I mean, maybe it's working all out. Maybe they're just making breakfast. You have no idea what Interior's talking about. It's probably just silly bullshit anyways.
Hey, Terry, get the hell
have
away
no
from
time
that
for
door.
this.
Where are you?
All right, I'm away from the door. Wait, am I away from the door?
You're right next to it.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that. Can I strain to move away from the door?
Will the lies never cease?
You got one. Yeah, you can. I'll say you've got it. I don't think you used your other maneuver. So if you want to just use your maneuver to do you just want to dive away from the door?
Wasn't the
Yes.
2 strain to
Okay.
make the comm maneuver in the first place?
Oh, was it? Did you already use
think
No,
maneuvers?
the comms was my advantage. I thought I could just
Finding the
cheekily do
comms was the advantage, yeah. So,
Okay.
I
I
will
thought he was
say
saying
because
the
it's
strength.
normally 2 maneuvers to get out of like a vehicle seat kind of deal. I will say for 2, you could just dive out of it and over
Alright,
to the half wall that's there.
All right, I'm gonna do a Super Mario 64 leap, woohoo, over to the edge,
All right.
and
Oh man. All right. So you dive behind the cover.
yeah,
Yep.
and that's me. That's me, Dad. I'm knackered.
That's you. All right. So that brings us to Foch is dead. We can take him off the list.
worries.
You can't see anymore what's going on over there, but you have a good idea what they were working on, and they're continuing to work on. So it's gonna take them another round. He's using a number of eggs, a number of basically grenades. He's sticking in the corners and getting these charges ready, but the characters don't know that. One of you does. So that's gonna be their round. Admiral's kind of out of it as well. I'll say go straight to Osh and Zach. You guys, in this round, you dock up. Pick the space you want to dock up to. And I will say it'll be the end of this round will be where you're in the ship. So it took you a few. Pick which one do you dock up? You flip the U-wing around. You've got a rounded hatch on the bottom that you lock onto.
Say 6, I guess, because it's closest to the front, and that's where we'd want to go.
Okay, go ahead and put your icons there for me so we can keep track. And then who comes out first?
Probably Osh, because I'd be the one piloting.
Okay.
Osh comes out. I help Sherlock up behind me, so I'm kind of covering him.
All right, so you guys are there. So you're at the doorway. You're at the doorway. You're not in all the way. As you guys in this round, as you make your way up, you see a dude flat on his back. There's a blaster like 3 feet from him. He's surrounded by this dust. He's covered in it, and he's just staring at his hand with one hand. His other hand, he's like talking into his boot. He's not saying words. They're just kind of vague sounds. And the dust is all over him. Actually, Osh, roll me a medical check.
All right.
Average difficulty.
Four success, 1 advantage.
You immediately
God.
recognize the material that he's sitting in. You understand that if you inhale too much of it, it will knock you into the condition that guy is in. There is a chance that guy could easily overdose at some point. Probably not within the next 12 hours. And if you do, you would know this. If you overcome the initial hit of it, you experience time as if it's moving slower, and so you would know that some irreparable, what's the word for it? Some militaries and militias use this stuff to give their soldiers a bit of a boost so they can react faster. But it's frowned upon in the Empire and the Republic.
Does my physician's kit include like Narcan or anything?
You can try. I'll say with your physician's kit, you do have all of the basic tools that you would think you'd carry. So if you say it does, then it does. Whether or not you can administer the right dosage or anything like that is up to your skill.
All right.
So, all right, that'll be next round though, whatever actions you want to take. So that brings us back to Zachary. What are you doing? Oh, no, we ran through yours. You see the same thing though. You just see a dude covered in dust. Having a weird time. Sarin, what are you doing?
Okay, I assume I know a way around the ship.
Indeed.
So I can drop down to the other deck if I want to, down this ladder here.
So you would know if, I'll say...
How do you get to that top deck?
That's a good point.
Or the middle deck, or whatever it is, like which leads to it?
Yeah, I kind of didn't notice that there was a ladder on the second deck, which makes more sense. So we'll just say, for rewind, you did pop out at this deck. Okay. This is the second deck.
That's where I was headed for.
Well, it's weird because this is the same deck. This is the same room. So it's a little... Oh, I see what it's saying. All right, no. You ran up here. So what you would know is that the fastest way to get to the bridge would be to sprint down to this stairs. I'll say with 2 maneuvers, you can get all the way down. As you get toward the edge of the stairs and you're running down the flights, right? You can hear right around the corner, there's a wall of these stairs leading down. You can hear movement and talking, and you hear them whispering, and they're going, "Do we really need so many charges?"
As I'm running down, I want to be looking out for, much like I did in the cargo area, a ship panel, a comms panel of some sort.
Okay. Let's see. Would you have seen one running through? I'll say at the deck you were on before you hit the stairs. If you don't go all the way down, you would have seen one on the right-hand wall. Because there should be some on every deck.
Okay, then at that point he would have stopped.
Okay, so
that
you didn't
comms
go all
panel.
the way down. So never mind, you didn't hear that about the charges. But you stop at the
Okay,
comms
no,
panel.
it's-
What do you do?
Ship-wide broadcast. Sound's going to come through. The hell is going on here? You're in the middle of a rebel fleet. Hold this immediately. Neytiri, stand down. Whoever else is here, stand down. I don't know what started this, but we'll be the ones to solve it.
Ooh. All right.
Um,
So are you? I'm thinking you're trying to. What's the word for it? I'm having trouble with my skills today.
It'd be the
Missed.
equivalent of like an intimidation
Yeah,
check.
that's intimidation,
but-
and that would be coercion. Actually, would be the skill. Coercion. As you're
Can't make an argument for leadership.
In this case, no, they don't see you as an
Because they don't know me.
authority, and they don't know
Yep,
you.
fair
They just
enough.
hear this voice.
Okay, in which case... what
Maybe
will
if you added like kiddos at the end, then it'd be more like that. But...
Difficulty?
All right. It's going to be.
I guess pick the highest of the characters.
Yeah. This is more, I think, of a scenario difficulty. So go ahead and take a. It's going to be a hard check to get them to stop with 1 red.
Okay.
So so this is the fun thing with the narrative system. This is a failure with a triumph, meaning the initial goal didn't succeed, but something good came out of it. How do you want to spin that triumph? Because you have to have a net success, and you didn't have it.
All right, I've failed to make them stand down, but what I have done is distracted them completely from their task. They know someone else is aboard this ship now. All of them.
Okay. I will say.
They're conscious that that is shipboard communications and not fleet-wide communications.
All right. So what I'll say is, with that triumph, the captain looks at the rest of them, and then kind of like looks up towards where the sound is coming from as it's echoing through the ship. Sam and Sypha, go find whoever's aboard my ship, put them down, and get back here. And you can he's kind of like almost like chewing on his fingernails at this point, trying to think of what to do. I'll finish up work here. Go, take care of it. Right. Yeah, boss. And they run off. So this will buy you more time for them to set this up, because he's not nearly as skilled at this. And he's kind of getting a little shaky, as now there are more people aboard his ship. So they go running off in their round when they can. So, all right, cool.
And no, that I think that's all of it. Yeah,
Maneuvers, actions.
Yep. Good.
All right. So Nax is he's done. Neytiri, you're up.
I want to help Osh, Sarin, and Zachary, and help them lead their way up to the up to where the bridge is. Do you guys need my help, or are you sorted?
Asking on the comms?
But what was you going to say first, Shaq? Sorry.
I was gonna say, I was trying to understand exactly what you wanted to do, but if you're asking in character what they need, go for it.
All right. On the comms, I'm like, lads, do you know where you're going?
Which way to the bridge from the cargo bay?
You want to go up the ladder, and then
Isn't there a stairway right here as well? Like that will lead straight up to deck 2.
yeah,
This one right here.
Yeah. So I'm doing this through. I'm assuming this is maneuver, but I'm going through the security cams, and I'm helping the lads be like, yeah, there's some stairs as you come up on the bottom floor, heading up north. You'll see these stairs on your right. Take those stairs up, and you'll come up, and you'll need to do a full turnaround, and then a left, and then you're gonna see these guys right in front of you.
All right, go ahead. This is a
corridor.
great time for a leadership roll. Now, I will say, with your descriptions of where they are, you all now have the meta knowledge of the map. You know where they are, and I will move them accordingly, because now this is updated. Like, he's telling you exactly where they are. But I will say, give me a leadership roll to see if maybe you're giving them such detailed information that could actually help them on their subsequent rolls as you're doing this. If that sounds good for you.
Yeah,
that's kind of what you were
absolutely.
thinking. Okay. So, and while you're giving that information, Sypha is going to end up running off. They haven't run yet because it hasn't been their turn, but next turn I will.
Okay. Was there a
you.
difficulty to that? Because I just rolled.
Oh, you just rolled. Okay, yeah, you need to wait for me on the difficulty. I should have told you right away.
sorry.
But okay, so go ahead and roll on that one. This is all about communication skills and your ability to lead. So it's going to be an average check.
Okay. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, come on. No, that wasn't a roll. Sorry, that wasn't a roll.
Fire
Sorry.
on it. There you go.
Oh!
Nice.
There you go. All right. Nicely done. With the advantage, I'll even, if you'd like me to spin the advantage for you, I'd say everyone who rolls now against these guys, I'll say 2 boosts. 1 because you succeeded, and 1 for the 2 advantage that you rolled.
Yes.
As you give them detailed information, weapons, where they're going, how fast they're getting there, counting down as they come around a corner, just in time for your allies to shoot, that kind of thing. You're really giving them detailed instructions. Nicely done. Your first leadership roll.
Oh my goodness. I think I got a knack for it.
All right, so that's going to be yours. So, Cypher's up first. Sypha is going to run. She's kind of clearing through, and she's got an idea where you might be. So she's heading towards the cargo bay. So a maneuver, say she's gotten down to the cargo bay and gets to about here, weapons drawn, and is going to wait here in now this is meta for you guys, but you don't know this. She's going to wait in ambush. The first thing she sees to shoot at it. 2 pistols out. And actually, you do know this because you've got instructions over the camera. So she has run down here, run down, gotten around the corner, both pistols out, and she's got them spread out one direction, one way, the other, around these boxes, and is just waiting. And your ally is feeding you all this information that she's just waiting for something to shoot at as soon as she sees it. So that's going to be her turn. Sam is heading... He's going to go around the corner and go up. She went down. He's going to go up in search. See. Yeah, he's going to go up. Meeting, he's going to run into you, Sarin. In a bit of a shocked... Oh! Put your weapon down!
The hell? You think I'm gonna put this down? Stand to.
Yeah, right. And he's going to take a shot at you. And he's gonna miss. In the shock of him sliding in, yells that out. Before you ever have a chance to answer fully, he just starts firing off some rounds as you duck down, missing every shot, bouncing off the walls. Man. With the advantage. You weren't even in cover, so that doesn't really work. He's not gonna use it. So that's gonna be his turn. The captain's gonna get to work. You see him get near the door from the cameras and begins to finish off the last of the charges. But you've still got a little time. He's got a couple more left to put on the corners of this blast door. All right, Osh, you're up.
Zach, if you wouldn't mind handling her, I'll cover you. And I start going.
All right, little fella.
Towards,
Well, you're not gonna heal him. You're not gonna care for him, are you?
I'm sworn to. This is kind of my job.
Why don't you just stick a knife into his neck? I've got one if you want it.
If you would like
Oh,
to switch
bloody.
priorities here, I can take care of her and you can take care of him, but I refuse to leave someone on the battlefield who is clearly suffering. Is he suffering? I don't know. He looks like he's not doing super well, though.
It's like reaching out for you and then being distracted by his fingers.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I maneuver over to him, and my my combat roll is going to be perform a medical check on an enemy.
Okay. So you're trying to make sure that he doesn't keel
I'm not
over
necessarily
dead.
trying to, I'm not trying to necessarily get him back into fighting shape here. I just want to make sure he's not. gonna
Did you
go
use
to,
both of your
He
maneuvers
took
or
a
something?
lot. I'd say it's one maneuver to get over here and then to start working on this guy. So you've got an extra one.
Can you at least kick his blaster over to me?
With my second maneuver, I kind of grab the blaster, like kind of swipe it down towards Zachary.
Kick it and it spins over.
Yeah, that'll be my 2 strain there.
Hang on a second. I want to see if she would have. That's not combat music.
It depends who you're asking.
Gelled all of a second. That spice is really hitting in.
That guy is. Yeah. Man. All right. So he, as you make your way over, and you're the first to move. Let's see if she would have noticed you. So this isn't her like. This is a vigilance check for her to see if she would have seen you walk over, like get underneath these boxes, because you knew she was there and waiting to shoot. 1 success, 2 failures. Yeah. Doesn't notice you. You managed to stay low enough and moving with the boxes that line of sight there isn't broken. Doesn't fire
I
at you.
was talking to Zachary the whole time, so
Oh, are you just like?
yeah, Asha's not being especially discreet about this.
I assumed you were using your telepathic communication, as that's like your standard way of talking. But if that's not the case, well, I will roll the attack roll.
Well, I was, but like Zachary was responding, and I'm not like trying to sneak over, so
Okay.
she'd notice.
She noticed. So she sees you there. As you're coming up, I will say there's 2 setbacks for her attack roll due to the cover. You're not an idiot. You know to duck down. But with the roll, and I do appreciate that. You guys, keep the meta away, and if this is what your character would do, that's what they do. Did she have the heavy, or she had the large blaster? Okay. So, the blaster pistol, so base damage of 7. That's going to be 8 damage. As she fires off a few rounds from that heavy blaster, seeing a little bit of movement, manages to wing you. Don't forget to minus your
There's
sub.
8 damage.
A little bit of blood running down your
Okay,
arm.
little guy. You'll be fine. I'll be fine.
He reaches out towards you and just like puts a palm right on your middle of your face. Ah.
This is not the time for that. Hands to your sides.
Go ahead and roll a hard check on this guy. He's been exposed to a lot. A normal dose would be something in like a vial, and this is, and that's multiple doses, and he's kind of swimming in this stuff.
All right, and well, that sucks.
Oh no.
With the 2 advantage, I am just going to recover some strain.
Okay.
Fulfilling my basic obligations as a doctor is calming to Osh, and that's it.
On that failure, he's been exposed to so much that without a proper medical facility, you're not really sure what this is going to do to him. Probably nothing good.
Can I use 2 strain to go for a piss?
Actually, we're getting kind of close to it. Yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh, I'll be 2 seconds.
Yeah.
I'll be
Go.
2 seconds.
We still got a couple more rounds to go through. All right, so Zach, you're up. You just come out of the
Okay.
hatch on the U-wing.
This is a little wild, so feel free to let me know if I can't do this. But there's a spare blaster near my foot, and I'm a tinkerer, and I know where the my opponent is. I'd like to overload that spare blaster and basically just throw it at her like a grenade.
Roll me a mechanics check.
Okay.
We're gonna call this a mechanic. We're gonna do this as like a normal attack roll.
Okay.
With one difficulty upgrade, and if it works, this thing will go off like a. Well,
Okay.
Let's see how it goes off.
So, did you say an upgraded difficulty?
So it would normally be a single purple for a short range
Okay.
like attack.
Okay.
I will say this is going to be I'll say a 1 red, 1 purple.
Okay.
As you are a tinkerer, this is your profession.
Mm-hmm.
The red is the fact that you're overloading something that could explode.
Okay.
Not what it's designed for, kind of thing.
Well, nice. 4
Oh.
successes.
Nice. Okay. So, this blaster that he rolled over to you, we're just gonna say it's got the damage of a frag grenade. A frag grenade plus your successes. How about that?
Okay.
All right. So it slides over. You use a maneuver to pick it up an item to deal with gear and equipment. So you pick it up and use your action to start quickly getting into the core of it. It's got an energy cell. It's fully charged. Hey, it looks like he hasn't fired that many rounds off. Set this thing to overload. And you want to describe how you do this? Because this is going to be enough.
Yeah, so I see her crouching in the doorway. I've overloaded the thing. I just kind of slide it across the floor, kind of bouncing it off the wall right at her feet, and it starts beeping. She looks down, and she's just blown up and hits the ceiling.
She looks down. What the? As it detonates, you all feel the air pressure in the ship change momentarily as she's to the roof, onto the ground. All right. Another one of his gang has been neutralized. A little bit of debris, a few pieces of the blaster comes like tinkering down around the cargo bay area that you're in.
Bosch, look, here's the noise, here's some splattering, looks behind him. I don't think I'm going to be able to help with that much either.
Just the legs flying down the hallway.
Oh.
Oh.
There's not enough cybernetics in the galaxy.
Oh man. All right. Yeah, because that was more than enough. So, is there anything else you want to do with your turn? So, maneuver to pick up.
No, I had to take a strain,
Action.
I think, to throw that, probably. I guess that would have been another action.
I rolled the throw as a part of the action, but
Okay.
so if you want to take a strain for another maneuver.
Yeah, I'll move as close as I can to this door then.
Okay.
Or sorry, to the stairway here, so I can move up to the bridge.
So as you make your way around and actually get a good glimpse of what's gone on in here, some of the larger crates and boxes to your left have been kind of just nudged a little out of the way. There's a char mark on it. Inside this room, there is tools, gear, and equipment that have been just knocked every direction. But when you walk around here, actually, what would you see when you walked around here? It looks like a maintenance bay, and there is a stairwell to your right. So space suits in the lockers. You see a couple that are kind of like hanging out. A droid maintenance area, and then the stairwell that looks like it leads up to the next deck.
Okay. I don't think I can move anymore, so
Yeah, I think
that'll
it's
be
gonna
my
be
turn.
it. So all right, good round. Shit, Nigeria's still alive. Sarin, you're up.
Okay. Sarin, looking at the confused dude ahead of him, is going to raise both of his blaster pistols. The shiny Relby in one hand, looking sleek and kind of unusual. The standard blaster in the other. Speaking loudly, he's going to say, "You have one final chance, my friend. It's very clear you are not up for this. Stand down and be dealt with by the rebels as you need to be. or in the middle of the fleet be destroyed. Your choice.
As you say this, you both hear as something explodes in the lower deck.
At which point Sarin just gives kind of a nod in that direction.
Would you like to attempt another coercion roll?
No. I'd like to fire with both my blasters on stun mode and attempt to knock him down the stairs.
Okay, fair enough. Roll for an attack. You know how dual wielding works, right?
Yep.
All right. So go ahead. Don't forget your increased
difficulty. Yep.
Mm-hmm. And if there are any setbacks attached to those weapons, you have to use those. Yeah,
No
add those to the
setbacks
roll.
here.
Okay.
I forget, did we say that he gets help from knowledge of... I forget, did Natiri
Yes.
boost us here?
Yes, he did.
I forgot to use that on my roll, but...
I forgot to say that too. So yes, take 2 boosts for the aid that you've been given. And on the comm link, you're actually... He hears the report that's going on. So go ahead and roll, and we'll narrate that. See how it goes. 2 boosts for you.
Okay, 2 boosts.
You got like detailed intelligence coming in on an open comm link.
Ranged ability.
And this is
Then-
stun mode with your blasters?
This is stun mode. Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Both of which are capable of doing so. And you say it's an upgraded difficulty for dual wielding. Is it upgraded or is it increased?
It's increased difficulty, I believe. I'm just double checking now. Where is
Is he
text for this dual wielding character?
He's at short range, so it's going to be an easy check, unless that, depending on how that gets affected. Whether the question is basically, does it go to a challenge or does it go to another difficulty?
I think it goes to another difficulty. I'm trying to find it now. I don't think it gives you a red for it. I think it just increases the purples. So that's what I'm going to rule it as right now because I don't have the note on me.
I'm pretty sure you're right, but
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure we don't play it wrong either. Anyway.
Yep. How'd you do?
4 successes, 4 advantage.
Oh,
Oh
nice.
my god.
All right. And look at what the boosts die did from the intel. So as you say all this, the explosion goes off, and your dual pistols are up, as is your comm link that's on your wrist, and the voice of Natiri cracks over and describes the scene of the exploding pistol in the cargo bay, sending this guy's companion into the ceiling before collapsing down on the ground, definitely dead. He hears this. And just as his eyes go wide and you think he might surrender, his hand twitches. It's enough for you to pull the triggers. The stun rounds go out. You want to describe what happens next? It's enough.
Oh, I'm sure. And as the stun rounds go out, Sarin, not looking to kill this fella, he was looking to disable, has aimed for, unfortunately for this guy, 1 leg and 1 hip. 1 leg and 1 shoulder. So as he goes forward and he's sitting there with his guns raised, suddenly his hip falls out of him as he drops one of his weapons and falls sideways down at the top of the stairs and then slowly just tips slightly, trying to stop himself, but one arm's numb, one leg's numb, he can't stop the roll as he falls the whole way back down the stairs. Just rolling slowly.
As he starts gaining some speed as he heads down the stairs. Eventually slumping down right next to the captain who just sent him off and up the stairs.
I will say again. And this time it is your last chance. Please stand down. The rebels will deal with this. Whatever it is that's happened here can be dealt with sensibly.
And with that, you hear a clatter. Something heavy and metal hits the ground. I give up. I give up. This core worlder accent. You hear this interior through not only the cameras that you're flipping through, but also through the door on the other side of it, as the captain surrenders.
Call your crew to drop their weapons. Neytiri, drop what you're carrying. The Admiral will deal with this.
See, I'm safe because they were doing a smuggling ring, and I found it out.
You saying that back to me?
No, just to myself. Sorry.
It's not my fault. That's what I hear is going on the fridge right now. It's not my fault.
But yeah, I unequip. Can I unequip my weapon and pick my blaster up that I threw down and just
absolutely.
put that back in?
You holster your axe, throw it on your back, and you pick up the blaster off the ground, kind of dust it off a little bit. You all hear across the ship this kind of echoey voice.
This is the captain. Put down your weapons. We are surrendering to the Alliance.
Across the comms, Osh, Zach, when you get aboard, please detain the crew, and also Neytiri.
One of them is not detainable. Unless you've got a broom and dustpan.
Well, that's unfortunate, but we will deal with this later. Detain the crew, and as I said, bring Neytiri also.
Are you aboard as well?
Indeed.
One person is here and is quite high from some sort of substance.
I believe these have been smuggling spice, or at least there's spice aboard.
I'm gonna leave you here, my friend. Just entertain yourself. Look at how big those fingers are. Have you ever seen fingers that big? And I just back away towards the stairs.
Whoa. And he looks at his fingers deeply.
I think I'll continue upstairs then. Head towards the go with Osh towards the maybe detain the captain.
Okay. So
I
you
go
guys,
straight into Neytiri.
you said over to Neytiri. You're detaining the captain. Captain doesn't say much. His head is down. His hands are up. I hear myself echoing in somebody's comms. I think it's wasted.
Me?
Yeah, who it was. Where do you want to put him? Near the bridge, as you guys kind of look around, there is a refresher and like an office space that is right here. But you've also got like a briefing room, meeting area, hologram table inside that room there, or anywhere else on the ship. As you poke around, who's doing it? Who's doing the detaining? Zakari's, right?
Sarin will detain the captain as he's ahead, but we'll be relying on the others to detain the rest of the crew.
Okay. The captain doesn't say much. His face kind of turned down in contemplation, thinking about the current situation. A quick scared glance at the body at the floor next to the door of one of his headless crew. But he doesn't offer any resistance. Neither does, as you have to kind of help lift Sam up.
Yeah, I have to pick him up.
He's not going to be moving for quite a few hours.
I'm going to suggest we put him in one of these empty... Well, maybe I'll check these rooms and find one that's pretty empty. That way they won't tinker with anything. That'll be my suggestion.
All right, easy enough. You find kind of a storage closet that doesn't have much in it. Easy enough to drag them in. We'll say it's even this one right here, number 16. Whatever was in there, they had emptied out recently. It does have this metallic orange smell, almost taste to it, that you, Sarin, recognize immediately. Actually, you all would in the cargo bay, but Sarin, you would recognize it. Osh, you would recognize it. This is that smell of that kind of like a chemical dust-like smell of the... Kind of smells like the spice. Maybe not fully processed yet. So you lock them up in there, both together?
That'll be my suggestion. And then we can... Maybe I'll head back to the cockpit just to look for any additional security things I can put over the door.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and just roll for a mechanics check real quick. Average difficulty.
Okay.
Just to see. You will lock it. I just want to see how well locked down that room is.
Okay. Clear.
As you guys make your way, though, into the bridge, it is a scene. The blood pool on the floor, the burn marks on the walls in almost every direction. There's even a crack in one of the windows. That thick glass, it took it enough fire that it managed to crack. I forgot the name of the windows in Star Wars, but that glass.
Viewports.
Yeah, the viewports, the material it's made out of, but it's cracked. Just showing how brutal of a firefight was in this room. And Thierry, how do you look right now?
I'm scuffed, mate.
Well, that's not going to stop Sarin from walking up, grabbing his hands, putting him in an arm lock. Oh, her, sorry.
Is that really necessary?
Yeah, hang on. Are we doing this over comms? Are we gonna hash
No,
this
you guys
out
are
over-
all in the
No,
in
we're
the
all
bridge
here
right
now.
now.
Also,
Oh,
I got
right.
2 successes on that check. Sorry.
Okay. So
It
you
weren't my fault.
Do you want to... I understand that, Neytiri. But it's
I'm
important
actually
here
not quite
that
understanding
we
that.
are... Your fault or otherwise, it's important here that things are seen to be impartial.
Well, if you're gonna be nasty to me, then I'm gonna start thinking it's a coup. So
A coup.
You have no leadership role.
You seem to misunderstand the meaning of impartial.
And
I don't
coup.
claim to know what has happened here. Perhaps you do. But for now, everybody is considered guilty until we hear what they have to say.
I mean, she's
The
bleeding
last
out
thing
through
I
her
want,
back.
Neytiri, is for
Listen.
this event to suddenly get worse.
well, I'm not being arrested. Otherwise, I'll because I've done nothing wrong. I've been protecting myself throughout this entire ordeal, and I was
And
joking
I'm
about the 300 credits.
I'm sure the ship cameras will absolve you of any responsibility for wrongdoing here.
Can I do a roll to corrupt the footage on the security? No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
flip a destiny point, maybe. Maybe one of those blaster bolts went just the right place. You
No,
actually
no.
can do a sleight of hand, a skullduggery check if you wanted to try to do something like that. Just like walking by and casually breaking one of the rigs, the one you were using with the cameras on it. But that's up to you.
Well, I mean, since I had control of the security cameras, would have there been security cameras in the living quarters? I don't think they'd have cameras in sleeping bays.
You would see that they didn't have cameras in the sleeping bays.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
So-
hallway, yes. So they would have seen you go in, you would know, because you've been on the cameras, and then come out and then run. But they wouldn't see what happened in the room.
Leaning in behind Neytiri, Sarin's just going to whisper, "Look, just go along with it.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to
We
go
are
along
not
with it.
going to put you under any unnecessary pressure, but you've got to understand, for the rest of the fleet, what you just did was attack a friendly vessel.
All right, I'll leave it in your hands then, Sam. Right now, I don't even think I need a lawyer, if I'm honest. So I'm good. I'm clean. Chef's kiss.
You require medical
leans
attention.
back away and looks at you.
I'm coated in blood, by the way, when I'm saying all of this.
Looks at you, reaches into his belt, pulls out a stim pack, and snaps it into your arm. Harder than is necessary.
You start to feel it take effect. You heal for 3 this time.
That's
It hurts,
what I
though.
want to see.
Like, almost hit the
So-
bone hurts.
Does it hurt 1 on top of that?
It doesn't take anything from you, no. It's just
Okay.
painful. It just hurts.
All right, that's
Doesn't
good. That's
take any
good.
damage, though. So the comm cracks over as you guys are on the bridge, and you hear the Admiral. Mystic, report. Twin Suns. Give me a report.
Well, we just are in a pretty spicy situation.
I'm
We
happy
all
to
look
hear
at the
you're still
camera.
alive.
Sorry.
Whatever the reason might be, there's drugs aboard this ship, and apparently a few may have died.
Right.
There's a copious amount of drugs within the system of one of the crew members of this ship, so we need to get into a proper medical facility as soon as possible.
Strike team's already been dispatched. In the background, you hear Sean. Spice, I get it. Strike team's on the way. They've got a medic on board. Load them up as soon as they get there. Situation secured then. Strike team will handle the ship. Come back for a full debriefing. I want to know what happened aboard the Mystic.
So do I.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as well.
Same.
All right, I'm gonna head back to the Veronica then.
Okay. Anybody else doing anything?
I follow Zachary.
Alright. Guys are heading back towards the U-Wing.
I would appreciate some help making sure that this crew, whatever they might be, aren't just allowed to wander freely.
There doesn't seem to be any other crew. We killed one as high as a kite. One was separated his head from his shoulders at the floor where you're standing currently. There's two that we have in custody. I'm not sure that I saw anyone else. Did
It
you?
is the two in custody I want to ensure are escorted.
Oh, I've locked them in there good. They're not getting out.
I assume
Also-
that's what the strike force is for. What are they going to leave in?
Can I verify how many there are? Because I was on the security cameras.
You also made it clear that there are no cameras inside the crew bunks.
Oh, bugger. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to
The ones
say.
that you have seen in the open areas of the ship, you have accounted for all of them. Without a thorough checking of the vessel itself, though, I mean, there are still rooms you've never been in, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a good point. I didn't think of that. We got to do some investigating, lads. We got to have a look around the ship. Also, don't forget the guy I knocked out earlier as well. What's his name?
Bidu.
Oh yeah, Bidu.
He was supposed to be down in here somewhere, I think.
Yeah,
Because wasn't he carried
Yeah,
down here?
he was leaning
we'll
on
say
Sam.
Bidu in this case. He was pretty much unconscious already because you had knocked him out. Would be another one that
Okay.
you've dragged inside, and he can talk. He's conscious, but he's barely able to stand. You beat the hell out of him.
So when we're in this room, Osh starts dragging Nox up onto. Is there a bed anywhere near? That would be on the next floor.
Lantiri would know
I
that there is
guess.
actually a medical bay on the ship.
Oh. Yes, I do.
Because you have looked through all of these cameras. You're the only one that has. So you know everything on these maps.
Zachary, can you
Okay.
help me with this one?
Yeah. Let's. Wait. Where is the med bay? Here, hang on.
Sure.
Where is it? Is that it? There? Is that it?
That one? Let's see. One of these is a med bay.
Probably this right here, is it?
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
Probably
that one.
yeah.
That one's the med bay.
Okay.
Would Zachary and Osh be able to bring Nox up into that room?
Absolutely. So you guys carry him in there?
Yeah.
So Zentiri tells you where it is. As you walk inside, what you do see is 3 stem packs sitting on a closed bin on the top. They're just sitting there ready to go. Bandages and your average, gear equipment you'd find in a med bay. But this would be a place where you could replenish your medical supplies if you were so inclined.
I'm just
there's
gonna
that.
grab one.
So you swipe.
Zachary, that is fleet property.
Listen. And then I just walk out.
What am I listening to? Zachary, you
I'm
forgot
long
to tell
gone.
me what I'm listening.
I'm long gone.
Zachary.
And you see
I'm
him
just getting
disappear down the
Veronica
corridor.
ready.
All right.
Wait. Where was those 300 credits?
Sarin's going to start leading Neytiri down to
Oh, okay, never mind.
the
The
main
300
bay.
credits, you would remember you dropped them on the top deck near the gunnery room. They're sitting on
Yeah,
the floor
and-
still.
Wait, I thought Sam picked them up.
Oh, he did. He did pick them up. So Sam would have them on his person when you guys were like patting him down. I would imagine you would do that. Do you like to try to roll a skullduggery check, see if you can swipe them?
Me? Oh, please.
You'd like? I figured you'd be the only one that would know to look for them.
Yes.
He's going to have to roll a check to get out of the arm lock I've got him in first.
Oh, you're used to holding. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Oh, okay.
Wait, why am I in an arm lock?
I think you grabbed him
I've
by the
explained
arm.
this to you. You're in an arm lock because at this point, my character doesn't know anything that's happened on this ship. Just that there was a big firefight and that you were involved.
Since no one said that they actually searched those people, I will say you patted them down for weapons. A bag of credits was not of interest. Nobody mentioned anything. So they still have 300 credits on them.
Damn.
Lost opportunity, fellas.
So you're holding on. A few more moments go by, and you all hear the sound of something docking onto the freighter. And a few moments later, you can hear the hatches opening and the thundery footsteps of a full squad of rebel pathfinders comes running inside. Weapons out. You can hear them clearing rooms. You guys are in the U-wing by this point, or are you still on board? Zachary,
I'm in the U-wing.
You're in the U-wing. Okay, so
Yeah.
one of them pokes his head out because you'd be the first place he'd be. Everything all right in here?
It is now. Yep. Everything's seems fine.
All right, we're gonna clear out the rest of the freighter. We're told to back you up in any way we can. So, anything we should know?
Just watch your step. It's slippery some places.
There appears to be a large amount of spice in this room, so be careful of that.
Ah, right. The guy kind of, you don't see who he's yelling at, but spice has contaminated this room. And you can see him pull up what looks like a kind of a bandana over part of his face, over his nose. Thanks for the warning.
Of course. Let us know if there's any assistance you require.
They ask you a few more questions, just kind of general information. Where is everyone? How many potential hostiles there are? Do you share all this?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that makes them go straight to the first team, straight towards the bridge. There's another team that comes out of the U-wing, another 4-man team, and starts making their way up and starts clearing the other rooms up top. Coming down the hallway, you, Sarin, see them. Weapons up at the ready, not pointing directly at you as you're holding the Tiri. So what's going on in here?
Detain the remaining crew of this ship. We need an investigation as to what's happened here. This one was involved somehow. I will take her back myself personally. There are at least 4 members of crew remaining, but please... Well, remaining. Some may be remains. Regardless. Please sweep the remainder of the ship. The upper decks have not been properly covered.
You see him get on his comm link for a minute, and what's your name?
Sarin Varga.
Twin sons, right? You can hear him talk a little bit more. You can tell he's checking it out with whoever is in command of this particular squad. All right. We'll take care of it. And they listen to you. They've greenlit whatever whoever's leading that, and it is coming from your mic, Wasted. Has to be. So they take into custody the captain and the rest of the crew, pulling them out a little roughly, and come on, you're coming with us. Some questions to ask you. Like, what's a freighter captain doing with all this spice on board? They start making their way toward the transport. Y'all gonna need a ride back? Squad lead, he's yelling down the hall towards you.
Yes, at the very least. The remainder of these crew, I have a flight myself, but please detain this one.
And you're
I need to push
indicating
Neteri forwards.
You see squad leader go, just gives him a hand signal, and they both walk over. Come with us. Admiral wants to ask you some questions.
Why? Oh. Not happy with this.
As the two walk into the room, into the bridge, they keep a close eye on you and then are kind of distracted a bit by the carnage that is this bridge. The younger soldier, rebel trooper looks and says, "How'd you survive this?"
Through a little bit of luck, but mostly executed my skill and dexterity, which is what I have to say got me out of a lot of pinches in my current life. So it was actually just luck, if I'm honest, to be honest, and help from my mates.
So yeah, keep a double check on her and take that weapon away.
Do you give up your weapon?
Hey, what? I've got to give up my weapon.
First time under arrest, now I can't be armed.
Well,
I think it was a mistake the first guys might have made.
Yeah, probably a bit.
So now I've got to. Oh my god. Okay. Well, it is what it is. If I've got to hand him over, I've got to hand him over, aren't I?
If
Got
you
his
look
gloved
over at
hand out.
Sarin,
He's
you will
waiting.
not see him looking angry in your direction. He will look pretty calm. And if you were to catch his eye, he'd nod.
All right. I give up my weapons.
All right, let's get back to the flagship. I got the other squad checking out everything else. We'll have a full report. Now the Admiral wants to talk to you too. Rest of the squadron.
I'm not surprised.
So they pull out the captain. They pull out the rest of the crew. They guide Interi back towards the transports that they came on. And this is the point, as you guys are loading into the ship, loading out of the ship, or onto the transports, and heading back to toward the fleet capital ship, the flagship. We're gonna end it here, as Interi is arrested, maybe again, and we'll find out what happens next time.
I'll be getting arrested.
How are you
again.
alive, Charlie?
How indeed.
And Charlie.
I want to
That
give you
was
a big
a
thanks.
session and a half from you, man. Shit.
They
I had. Go on, sorry.
they would have killed you. I just want you to know. If you had gone unconscious,
really?
they wouldn't have messed with you. They would have shot you.
So I was literally on zero health. If I went one below, it'd have been it.
Yeah, that would probably been it. Unless they were distracted enough to not finish the job. You were such a threat, they would not have risked your life continuing. Just so you know how close that was. And as a GM,
God.
I'm sweating bullets over here going, oh my god, this is the first
I'm
player dead.
imagining you were sweating bullets the whole night, to be honest, man. Charlie was in...
I did
You rolled
bad.
way better than you thought you did, dude. No, you didn't do that. You keep looking at your dice balls and going, crap. And I'm thinking to myself, man, Itchy, he's got a chance.
He's
Yeah.
still alive. He's still in this. It was
Plus, clutch move on the controls to actually turn around and start shifting the
Yeah,
ship
that
around.
was a really
So
good
that was a
idea.
That was
really
clever,
inventive approach.
Thank you.
that was super
I was-
clever.
I was actually in a jam mentally there. Like I was running through so much stuff, and I was kind of like, I was kind of panicking a little bit. So I'm glad I pulled through. But
Understandable. That was rough, but you guys survived. You've uncovered a smuggling organization, or at least a crew. It'll be interesting to see where this goes, and what's happening with the rebel fleet. Well done. Well played.
Yeah, sorry for Osh and Zach that didn't get quite so much time tonight.
Yeah.
It just kind of played out that way, I guess.
That's what happens.
Sorry, guys. It happens sometimes, but
Yeah.
next time.
Party
gonna get right
splitting
into
ends
it.
up that way sometimes.
I will say
Yeah.
at the very end of this, as you guys are loading into the transports, what you would see as you're in the U-wing, everybody's loaded up, is the fleet, the ships, one by one, returning. So, with whatever data and information that they've collected from the mission that you came up with. So,
Nice.
we'll
We got
see
a
what
Zachary
happens.
special coming up.
GG, that must have been a wild one.
That was an intense one to GM. It's
That
always
was all over the
fun and
place.
super stressful when the party splits up because you run into so many things, you don't know what's going to happen, and then trying to keep the timing down. But hope everybody enjoyed it tonight. Thank you, Eck. Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Wasted. Thank you, Corey. Thank you guys for showing up and joining me on this and being such great players.
Thanks for doing it.
Really, really
Thank you.
awesome. So I'm gonna wrap this up with my stream, and I'll meet you guys in the comms later for a little chat and
Sounds good.
all
See
that.
you guys later.
So.
Perfect.
All right,
Hey,
guys.
everyone.
Goodbye.
All right. Thanks everybody for joining me for the episode 4 of Age of the Rebellion, our little short campaign, finding out what happens with these characters, this squadron. I've been wanting to run one of these for so long. I think what we're gonna do from now on is we're gonna do one of these little like chats at the end of the stream where I can say thanks to the donations, chat with you guys for a bit, because I know I can't do that. I can't talk with the chat normally while we're playing, which is kind of a bummer. So yeah, let me go ahead and read through some of these donations real quick. Did everybody have fun? I hope you did. Remember, hit the thumbs up button for me if you're heading out at the end of the stream here. It really does help spread the word about the series. We can get more people watching. Super fun. Great. Is it stressful indeed? Yeah, super stressful. Worth it though. That's kind of the fun. Like on the wire's edge. God, Thierry, man. It calls with the controls on the Gazanti though. Very smart. Very creative. Very cool. Guardsman J Bravo, thank you for the $10 donation at the very beginning of the stream. I remember playing this game, playing a Jedi Padawan who ended up surviving Order 66 due to being an alcoholic, was sitting at the bar when the attack happened and just ate his way off world. Oh, I love it. I love it. We've had some cool ideas for people's campaigns. J Bravo donated another $6 throughout the night with questions about what was going on at the time. Nadiri, Nebi, thank you for the 20. Just the week I make my own Gazanti map, Shack has done is simpler and cleaner. Google searching some of the floor plans that have been made by other members of the community and over at Star Wars Maps on Reddit is really good for finding maps and assets as well. I know there's been some questions. There's actually a donation on here about my map that I'm using. My table. A lot on here I've gotten from the workshop to use. There's lots of awesome resources on the tabletop simulator workshop. So I recommend you check those out if you're GMing your own game. Definitely worth it. You can make some really cool stuff, like our little cargo bay where we run our games. It was great. It was also, it was really crazy as I imagined it would be. Yeah, heavy for sure. Next time on Rebel Ball Z. Not a Princess, thank you for the 5. Twice, donated twice, says, what's the mod list? That's what we were just talking about. Hey Shaq, it's me again. Also, hey Egg. I've told him about the Fall of the Republic stuff. And JC, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate it. All right, guys. Thank you for being awesome and joining us. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Enjoy your weekend, and I will see you all next time. Bye, everybody. Thanks for joining me. Super